In time. We thank you, Father, for this season where we celebrate the birth of our risen Savior. Thank you tonight for this Nottoway Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Father, for those that are in attendance tonight. We pray that we will continue to be mindful of your will and of your way, and we are ever so careful to give your name all the glory, the honor, and the praise. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Everyone, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You can't ever say that the folks in Nottoway don't say that pledge with authority. All right. All right. Before we ask for a motion to approve the agenda, I know there are some amendments to the agenda. What did you have there, Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Chairman and board members, you know we got the public hearing here for the solar ordinance tonight. So I'd like to make a few changes. I'd like to take the presentations and put it behind the employee recognition. And also, if we can include, go ahead and let Aaron French of VDOT and Dr. Grimes, our superintendent of Nottoway Public Schools, to speak as well. And then we could go straight on to the delegations from the public, if that'd be okay with the board.
All right, so we'll move F in between employee recognitions and delegations from the public. And also, where's he at? What number is he? G1 will follow that.
G1, and then it would be, Dr. Grimes would be G7.
G7.
And we may not need to go in closed session. We may have an open discussion to have a good, robust conversation about the courthouse.
All right, good deal. Okay. All right, board members, did y'all have any amendments to the agenda?
I'll move we approve the minutes with the amendments.
Okay.
Approve the agenda.
The agenda, yes.
Excuse me.
All right, can I get a second, please?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The agenda is approved with those changes there. Now, the approval of the minutes, I need a motion to approve February 15th, 2024, November 21st, 2024, and December 5th, 2024.
House move. Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on to employee recognitions. All right.
Some of these folks might not be here, so you just call their name out. And I know the one that has got the 20 years not here tonight.
Okay. All right. First one is Carl Dagner, Convenience Center Site Attendant, 5-year acknowledgement. Are they with us tonight? Okay. Calls.
And I'll get you to sign that later.
Okay, sure. The next one here is Mike Hayes, the Convenience Center Site, 5-year acknowledgement. Is he with us tonight? Okay. All right. Arnold Jennings, 5-year acknowledgement, Convenience Center Site.
I didn't see him.
Okay. Miss Barbara Rothgeb, Convenience Center Site Attendant, 5 years acknowledgement. She is.
Oh, Bob was here.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, we go down there and get, if you want to.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nottoway greatly appreciate you.
Right.
Turn and look at that man right there.
Do I have to look at
This is around 46
Do I have to look at Billy?
1, 2, and 3. One more time. 1, 2, and 3. Very good.
Thank you. Y'all please give her a hand.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good job, Bob. And then this is the last one, and she's not here, but.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Agnes McCormick from Nottoway County Public Library System, 20-year certificate. So if we could, let's give her and the rest of them a hand, and we greatly appreciate all of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. All right. The presentation is the Remote Area Medical Program. Is Justine Young, is she here?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Is anybody else here from Piedmont Senior Resources that was going to speak for her tonight? Okay, we'll move on. The school bus safety, Mr. Ricky Rash.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Bowen, members of the audience, Dr. Grimes. I'm here as an individual citizen tonight, a farmer who happens to work for Nottoway County Public Schools and drive a school bus. All of our routes have changed around. We've gone to a dual routing. We've finally settled into that, and that is working very well. But I have noticed on my route, which covers Route 650 Chute Road, which is from 723 at the railroad bridge up going down toward Lone Pine, I noticed that the traffic has not gotten used to two bus routes. The buses are going through about an hour apart on the same road. We pick up the complex kids at, I pick up about 7:45. I start up at there. I'm not sure what the other driver starts, but you can roughly say it's about an hour earlier. But I've been scared a couple of times. Cars turning to go into the other lane to avoid contact with the bus with all of the yellow lights, the red lights, stop sign out, and there are children in there, and it's an S curve. I've done a little research. I've asked the local law enforcement, is there any way they could set up mobile radar? I was told that they could, but it's not safe. It's nowhere to pull anybody over if they catch them. But I am concerned with the handful of students that I pick up in that area. I understand that when I sent the email to Mr. Ingram and Ms. Norton, because I wasn't sure whose district it was, that you have already spoken with VDOT about doing a traffic study. The problem I see with a traffic study is it needs to be in that 30 minutes, 15 in the morning, 15 in the afternoon. You can multiply that by 2 with 2 bus routes, but we run pretty close to on time. But I don't think it would be more than 20 to 30 minutes you need to be concerned with the buses. I have had people go by me on other roads. I had a hunter about a month ago go by me on the left side in another area where deaths have occurred on Rocky Ford. The signs are there to say school bus stop ahead. They have gotten blind to them because they've been there so long. I just want to elevate this publicly, that at 35, the drivers on that road will have a little bit more responsibility to slow down, and it will take some of the liability off of me as a driver, off of Nottoway County Public Schools, and place it where it needs to be, the distracted drivers going through there. So it's not really about, it's not anything that the school board asked me to come do. I didn't ask for permission. I don't think I'm going to have to ask for forgiveness on this presentation. But I don't want to see somebody mauled. And the worst thing is, it's not the traffic coming at you that goes by you. It's the traffic when a child has to cross in front of the bus. They're coming across blind, and those cars that come around on the driver's side don't have any warning. And when you're watching in your left side mirror and those cars are sliding, trying to decide whether to ditch it, whether to impact or swerve, you don't know what to do, and you don't have a window of opportunity to react. And I'm just publicly requesting the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. And what you guys do with the VDOT is entirely up to you, but I have presented the issue.
Mr.
That's
Rash,
all I wanted to do.
Mr. Rash, if I may, just real quick, the VDOT study, you'd like to see that done in the morning time there, and maybe we could look into some additional, like, flashing sign or make the sign more flashy, newer. Also, would you think it would help to have that reduced speed sign from a specific time to a time, like 7 a.m. to 9 a.m.? Do you think that'd be a big help if they're not going to look at doing it maybe all the way, see if they can meet us part of the way in that?
Anything's better than what we have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I know I've seen some traffic cameras that you can issue tickets. I wonder if you can put one of those on a bus.
That's above my pay grade as well.
That's the other question I was going to ask you. Is there cameras on that bus for the outside that would pick up like the...
Nothing on the outside. We have a driver's cam that does pick up anything it can tell if I goof.
I got you.
Somebody passing you while you're stopped. If we get that tag,
I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail because the cameras do pick up a lot, but the vibration of the cars, the vibration of the bus, it's more for a view versus the
detail.
crime scene stuff you see where they can zoom in and clarify the license plate. But you can tell what kind of vehicle it is, what color it is, the driver, but you can't see the details that you think you can see on the TV show.
Definitely need like a camera that can pick up like that, like sports related
They have-
stuff that can balance out.
Yeah, they have them.
Yeah.
Well, but what I hear on the news, City of Richmond's been doing real well with that.
That has nothing to do with me down here tonight.
What I'm saying is, maybe we could talk to them about how they do it.
But like I said, on Rocky Ford about 6 weeks ago, I saw the truck coming. There was a car stop behind me. I have 2 stops about 3 bus lengths apart. The truck came across the ridge, did not realize I was there, swerved into the left lane, and never slowed down until he went past my driver window.
Okay, well, we're going to hear from Mr. Aaron French right behind you tonight, sir. So Aaron has heard you as well tonight. So
My main purpose.
there you go. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rash. All right, we're going to jump to where we amended and ask for the VDOT departmental report, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good evening.
How you doing, sir?
Good. I am excited and pleased to be serving the board in Nottoway County this evening. First off, I'll touch on the Chute Road speed study. It is still in progress with traffic engineering. I will, however, touch base with them on these additional concerns and make sure that they're considering our school bus stops in there and the frequency of school buses on that route.
Aaron, I think what I'm hearing is I don't know how these traffic studies work, but what I have heard before, it looks like certain times it's better to do this study than other times, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
You go there at 11 o'clock, it might be slow, but you go there like time at school buses or people getting off work in the evenings, that's when things start rock and rolling.
Yes, so they'll take a traffic count and they'll look at the 85th percentile for the traffic
Okay.
data. Is typically how they do it, which during peak volume will capture that 85th percentile.
Okay, gotcha.
Is there any, while we're on this subject, is there any like technology that's out there now that VDOT has available that could help us in situations like this, knowing that not only could it potentially, I mean, people that are speeding, see a deputy's car, bam, slam on brakes, they're liable to wreck themselves. But especially when they're obviously have already addressed some concerns about this, about where you're going to pull them over at. You know, is there like any traffic cameras and stuff like that? And hold on, Dick, I'm gonna say a word here. Even if they're solar powered, to run, to run out there.
They don't cover a lot of acres.
So putting traffic
technology.
cameras in the right of way, in the VDOT right of way gets kind of sticky from a legal standpoint. Code of Virginia actually does not permit cameras to be in the right of way. That's a large issue right now you may have heard of with the flock cameras where by code they are not permitted to be in the right of way because of lack of due process associated with a non-manned, enforcement station.
Right. Okay.
Radar feedback signs, things that don't capture license plate or take pictures, are successful. I've used some of those in the past, other areas of the state with pretty successful results. The one thing with anything like that, any sign, advisory signage, radar feedback, after about a month, drivers do start ignoring it.
Okay.
Just to be completely transparent. We can, however, look into that and see if there's more we can do from a signage standpoint out there.
But and given the nature of what the concerns are here, I mean, I know you guys have always been wonderful to Nottoway County. If with the expedite this as best we can, I know everybody would appreciate that.
Yes, sir. I'll touch base with the traffic engineers next week.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Very slow times for us right now with the,
Right.
the holiday.
even if a sign with the flashing yellow lights would come on from 6:30 to 7:30. school bus stop ahead.
Understood, yes, sir. All right. On to some projects. The 46th Bridge is still on schedule for completion in the spring. Check that schedule today. Everything is still progressing smoothly with construction. Our coming R cut at the intersection of 723 and 460 outside of Crew. We did open bids for that project last week on the 12th. We did get 2 bids that were received within acceptable estimates of the engineer's estimate. Successful bidder has not been announced yet, but we are beginning to schedule pre-con meetings and everything. I talked with the construction manager today. A couple weeks, we'll dive into those construction plans, meet with the contractor, and should begin construction on that project sometime in the spring.
Okay, good.
The Darville's Roundabout, project development still ongoing. Everything is still on schedule, still on track for advertisement early 2026. Our paving for the season has wrapped up. We have one punch list item still hanging on in the county. It is a pavement lip right at 460 and Dade Street. The contractor moved out of the area to assist another contractor in another area of the state, actually, but that is still on their schedule to come back and fix. They will not, however, be doing that during the highway or holidays. I made sure of that today. Primary mowing is nearly complete in the county. We have got 460 from the courthouse here to the Dinwiddie line, and that is it on mowing for the year. Happy to wrap that up. Shoulder work still ongoing. They've been working up on 360, some of our 4-lane primaries. Coming weeks should see a transfer over to our 2-lane primaries, 46, 49, doing some shoulder grading and adding material to the shoulder as well. We are currently recruiting for my maintenance operations manager position at the residency, so by next month should be able to make that announcement as well. Been in interviews the past 2 days and very, very tiring. What can I do for the board this evening?
I'm good. Board members, y'all got anything?
The Darville's Roundabout,
Sir?
have you been working with Fort Barfoot?
During the project development phase, yes, sir, early on, they did, yes. Once we get closer to construction, we'll begin coordinating with the leaders to make sure we don't have any impact on their operations.
That's why I was asking. Good. Okay.
Anybody else? Good? All right. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate you, man.
Have a
All
Merry
right.
Christmas and Happy New Year.
You too. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Young, we have moved you up. We're gonna get you right after Ms. Grimes comes up. We'll get you up here, okay? Right after this, okay? Dr. Grimes?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chairman Rourke, members of the Board of Supervisors. It is truly a pleasure and an honor to stand before you tonight as the Superintendent of Schools of Nottoway County. And I just have a few things to share tonight. The first thing is, one of the things that's really great about working here in Nottoway is that the vast majority of our employees grew up here, graduated from here, went off to get their education, came back here, and are serving the community in which they grow up by serving their students. So we have people who are employees and citizens, and I am eternally grateful and thankful for those who recognize that they have a responsibility not only as employees of the school division, but also as citizens of the county to speak up. We say often, when you see something, say something, and we say that to our employees, and we say that to our parents and to our students. And so it is fantastic that we have employees like Mr. Ash who are willing to do just that. And if you know Mr. Ash, you know he does not hold back. He shares what his thoughts are, and I can say with unequivocal appreciation that that is valued in our school division by this particular superintendent and the leadership that's here, not just for him, but for all of our employees. You see something, you say something. He spoke about something that's very serious, and that is safety. We talk about safety being our top priority. If you think about it, we have to feed our students, and we have to ensure that we have an environment for them that is free from disruption so that they can learn in an environment that is conducive to them. And safety is a huge part of that. If you don't feel safe, you really don't have the capacity to really focus or function on anything else. If you're hungry, if your basic needs are not met, and I would argue that safety is one of those needs. But I would also like to remind the citizens, as I stand here before the board tonight, that the school division, and I especially, have often said that it's a partnership. Yes, we send kids to school, and when our kids are in our schools, we expect the schools to take care of them and do things, but it's the responsibility of every single one of us, our citizens. And so when we are out in the streets and we are driving and we see the school buses, it is important to heed and to pay attention, whether we see the buses or not. Whenever we get behind the wheel of those vehicles that weigh tons, we have a responsibility to be attentive and to stay safe. And you never know what a child will do. They may get excited and they may dart out, and we are not always as quick as we think we're going to be with our reflexes. And when there is an emergency, we don't necessarily react as quickly as we think that we will. So that safety component is a message that we cannot hit on enough, is that we all have to be mindful every time we are out and about, and especially when we are driving through school zones and what we know to be bus stops. And then finally, the only thing I originally had to say, but I'll end with this, is it is the holiday season. So when we close school tomorrow, Friday the 20th, we are closed for 2 weeks. Our schools and our offices will be closed. And so on behalf of Nottoway County Public Schools, I do wish our citizens and you and our employees and staff a very happy holiday season, however it is you choose to celebrate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Grimes, quick question for you. The sense of urgency of safety is always the thing. I mean, ever since I got involved in anything with politics, it was health, safety, and welfare first. Would y'all be willing, if we could put something together just prior to school opening back up, to do another push about, hey, look, school's reopening, this and that, whether it's our Facebook pages, even if we get with the newspapers and put another ad out there, something like that, or get with I know the Courier Record is willing to do things, Facebook Live and stuff like that, just kind of preempt this thing again. Everybody can relax for 2 weeks, but I mean, let's pay attention when the schools reopen, school's back up. You think y'all can maybe work something out with that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, and maybe get with the Courier Record and see if there's something that they could help assist us with, and anything we can do to promote this, at least till we can make sure our kids are safe. I don't think we need to wait and do this after one gets hit or killed.
That's right.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. We're more than happy to do that. It reminds me, in the summer, before we reopened from the summer,
Yes, ma'am.
Town of Crew had the traffic signs up that had the reminder
That's
about
right.
schools opening on this day and the speed limit and to pay attention or be alert. So,
Right.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, while Dr. Grimes is here, she did contact me, and they're trying to be proactive. We'd like to have a joint work session. If y'all can look at your calendars, February 18th. It's the day after President's Day. I think it's a Tuesday, 7 o'clock, usually at the mini auditorium, and start talking about budget. That's the main grain season. It's not only just Christmas season; it's going to be budget season here coming. So y'all put that on your calendars, and then I would, if it's okay, I'm going to give her a nod of a yay. Okay, that's a good night. If everybody's okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right. Dr. Grimes, thank you for reaching out about that.
Well, yeah, you got to remember, 5 months, we're probably going to be in a public hearing for the next budget. 5 months. All right. All right. Ms. Justine Young with Piedmont Senior Resources, would you please join us? Good to see you, dear.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
A few new faces, some of you know me. I'm Justine Young. I'm actually the CEO of Piedmont Senior Resources Area Agency on Aging, but I am not here for that tonight. So I am here on behalf of a group of organizations that have gotten together to put on a RAM event, which is a remote area medical event. The closest one I know of to this area is held in Emporia usually, and that one attracts about 1,700 people over the course of a weekend. Remote area medical events they're known as RAM events, so I'll call it RAM after this. It's a nonprofit organization that provides free medical care to anyone who comes to the event. So it is dental, vision, and medical care, free to anyone who comes. And this event is being held in March, the last weekend of March, 28th, 29th. So the event starts, because people come from all around and get in line, it starts at midnight on Friday night. We start handing out the tickets, and so people have their number, and then they'll line up very early Saturday morning, and care goes on all day Saturday, and then half a day on Sunday. So it is first come, first serve. The wonderful thing about it is people that are seen at this clinic, follow-up care is provided for them. They make sure that they can send them to someplace that will be able to continue on with whatever their needs are. In this area, there is a large population who cannot afford medical care, who do not have insurance, who are not covered under anything. And so this is what this kind of event is trying to take care of. Dr. Maria Allman at the Piedmont Health District is actually the one who decided to do this event and got a group of us together. So working with Longwood University, with the Health District, and Cumberland County Schools offered their location to hold the event. People typically come, anywhere within a 2-hour radius to come to these events. We are, of course, focusing on our 7-county region here in the Piedmont Health District. What I have been tasked with, I am in charge of raising the funds for this event. We have to raise $36,000 to put this event on. We have to house the doctors and the team that come in from out of town, out of state. We have to, we have to have the ability to provide food for those people. We have to have certain supplies at the medical event itself. And we have to advertise and, do the posters, do the flyers, do all those things. So I'm in charge of raising the money, and what I have done, I am going to every county, and I think y'all are the 5th one, so I only have 2 left to get to. So far, I will tell you that the others have all agreed to do this, but I'm requesting $2,500 per county to help with this. We got a $10,000 grant from Central Health to support it. We got $5,000 from another entity, and so we're on our way. But if all the counties do the request, I'll make it by March. I'll have what we need to do this event. So I hope it's all ages. Also, I didn't mention that. So it's children as well as adults for this event.
What's your date?
It is March 28th and 29th. And so also, while I'm up here, I might as well mention we are looking for volunteers. We have a number of volunteers coming from Longwood, from the nursing program, and we've got local doctors who are volunteering. They will be working as doctors, of course, but we also need volunteers to help with parking, because you're talking about hundreds of people coming. And their vehicles, and parking's a little bit of an issue, as I understand it. And we're also looking for volunteers to help with the food services at this event. So a lot of different pieces here. We've been working on this for, I'd say, about 8 months now. One of the big things was RAM sort of lays out what kind of place you can hold the event at, and we had to take them around to 5 different places in the region. And the one they liked was Cumberland County High School, so that's where the event will actually be held. So, any questions on that?
Yes, ma'am. Clarification, please. See, you said the local health department, so you're already involved with
Piedmont
these?
Health District, yeah,
Okay.
for the whole 7-county region.
All right, does it help to, as far as us from on this side, any information we should be getting our social services to pass out to their people?
We will
or health
have
department?
a lot of information after Christmas when we get back.
Okay,
Right
okay,
now,
okay.
yeah, we haven't really gotten to all that fine detail, because part of that is with the RAM folks,
Mm-hmm.
finding out, exactly who they've got coming and all of the services that'll be provided and everything, so we don't want to put that out till we have that.
Well, and this is not a shameless pun here. I'm being dead serious. We're setting up to help the Nottoway baseball team. If you got anybody to help us at a stew pot, we raised $4,000 for a fireworks show and crew. We can raise $2,500 from this county and get y'all
I'm sure
some
we
money.
could get some volunteers to assist,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Yes, just, I need to know, dates.
I'd be,
like that.
yes, ma'am. I'd be willing to offer my services and my facility to get this done.
Okay, all right, very good, very good.
Mr. Chairman, I speak a minute. I am on the board of PSR for Nottoway, and I've seen Ms. Young and her team work firsthand, and $2,500 is a minor ask to provide health care. Nottoway County is one of the highest users of the services of PSR. So, Justine, I feel sure we'll try our best to help you out.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. And if anybody wants any more information, I will happily, I think I sent it, Mr. Bowman, did your office got some of the information I
Yes,
sent, right?
yes, ma'am.
And I do have flyers for volunteers, so I will send those as well, so they can be shared with everyone and can share them.
And we'll put it on unfinished business on next go-round, have more conversations, I can share some more, educate the board. We're looking to allocate some money, I'm looking for allocation also for the, called the old BB&T Bank. So for rent to get us through to June 30th. So a couple of things will be in January. Okay.
Okay, Great. Thank you all very much. I
Thank you for
appreciate
coming.
y'all letting me come in and talk to you. real
Yes,
quick.
ma'am. Thank you very
Good
much.
evening. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, dear. All right, I think we're back on a regular schedule here. All right,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
we're gonna go from, yes, sir, delegations to the public. Now, there was 2 sign-up sheets. They're both the same, but we want to make sure that those that are speaking in delegations from the public is not confusing with the public hearing on this landfill solid waste management plan, and there's something else we were going to talk about tonight. What was that other solar. But anyway, so when I call your name, if you didn't intend to speak at this part but wanted to speak at the public hearing, we'll be holding the public hearing right after delegations from the public if you'd like to speak. So the first speaker, is this William Berry? Yeah. Okay. Did you want to speak at the public hearing or?
Checked on solar.
Okay, you checked on solar, so you want to speak on the public
They
hearing?
checked them all on solar.
Yeah, they all.
Okay. All right.
I'd say, is there anybody that wishes
Yeah.
to speak?
Was there anybody that had anything other than solar that they wanted to speak to the board about? Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and move to the public hearing, the landfill solid waste management plan. Mr. Bourne.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you look on in your packet, get the paper straight here too, that's all right. E1, I need a resolution to accept the major amendment to the Nottoway Solid Waste Manager. This is required by DEQ, and and it's pretty much written what you see about our recycling program and what we're required to do. So I just need
I'll make that motion.
well, I guess we got
Accept
to go through the public hearing first, I guess.
All right, board members, I need a motion to open the public hearing for a resolution for acceptance of a major amendment to the Nottoway County Solid Waste Landfill Management Plan.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak for or against the resolution for acceptance of a major amendment to the Nottoway County Solid Waste Management Plan? Hearing none, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Bourne?
Get a motion to approve the.
Yes, sir. Board members, I need a motion to approve the resolution for acceptance of major amendment to the Nottoway County Solid Waste Management Plan.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
All right.
All right. Next item is the public hearing for solar. What we got? E2.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Well, I don't know if you want to. Okay, what we have tonight before you is 4 items on the public hearing. All were advertised. First is the draft ordinance before you. The second item is a siting agreement. The third item is amending the planning and zoning fees for special exception for solar and battery storage. And the fourth is for the amending the building fees so they can do electrical inspections. Our building official can do the electrical inspections. So I would just like the board to remember when they vote to do 4 separate motions.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make this very quick because I know there's 1 or 2 people who want to speak tonight. The first, what I'd like to do is just kind of recap what we discussed at our joint planning and board meeting from November 14th. And I'll just run through those real quick, not too quick, but starting on page 2. What we did, what the Planning Commission and the board decided was to include 3 definitions. First is buffer and setback and the setback line. That's derived from the zoning ordinance. We also, between July 15th of this year and the present, there was the addition made by the board to allow 50 acres under panel or 5 megawatts as required by parcel dimension or topography. On page 3, at the end of section 4-19-4 applicability and permitting, the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors can make exceptions on setbacks and acreage under panel based on parcel dimension and topography. All fees become applicable and shall be paid upon approval of the permit. Page 5, this will be under section 4-19-6, applications and procedures for medium-scale solar energy facilities and battery storage energy facilities. Section B4, if not in conflict with VDOT construction design standards, all interior roads shall be surfaced with gravel. And that was per VDOT's recommendation. Next changes are found on page 10, under section 4-19-7, location, appearance, and operational requirements. Number 4, setbacks. The project area shall be set back a distance of at least 800 feet from all public rights-of-way, 1,500 feet from a habitable dwelling, and a distance of at least 800 feet from all adjacent property lines. Waivers may be sought by the applicant to reduce the setbacks adjacent to non-immediate family-owned parcel to no less than 500 feet. Exceptions may be made for adjoining parcels that are joined or controlled by the applicant and are included in the site. Increased or decreased setbacks from all public rights-of-way and adjacent property lines up to 800 feet, and additional buffering may be included in the conditions for a particular permit dependent upon the site topography and parcel dimensions. Solar energy and battery storage facilities also shall meet all setback requirements for primary structures for the zoning district in which the solar energy or battery energy storage facility is located, in addition to the requirements set forth above. Excuse me. Access, erosion, stormwater structures, and interconnection to the electrical grid may be made through setback areas, provided that such are generally perpendicular to the property line. The last change I have is number 7 at the bottom of page 11, the surface water buffer. This is one of the changes that was made. It was suggested by a planning commission member, the vice chair. Surface water buffer, the applicant shall address the impact of the facility on rivers and streams. A buffer of at least 250 feet is required on either side of any perennial stream within the identified project area and may be increased or decreased dependent upon site topography.
Mr. Zodi, if you don't mind, I am looking for a specific item while you are going through these changes. Is there a number, a designated number for this ordinance?
No, not at this point. Well, during the advertisement, what we were doing was using what was repealed, that same section in the code.
So we could use, excuse me, Greg, and I apologize, but we just can use the Article 4, Division 19 solar energy facilities.
Right.
Okay. That's what I think we need to go to, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry for that.
No, I'm trying to clarify.
Okay.
I don't want any hiccups if there is to be a motion tonight.
Okay, good, perfectly understood. And the siding agreement, this was originally presented before the repeal in 2022. And that really talks about, comes from, excuse me. It's basically an ordinance to amend the Nottoway County Code of Ordinances to implement revenue share for solar energy projects pursuant to Virginia annotated section 58.1-2636. And would you like me to recite that?
You don't have to for me.
I want you to sing it.
Man,
put the around for me.
Okay. If you'd like me to, I'll proceed. Whereas the Virginia General Assembly enacted Virginia Code annotated 58.1-2636 titled Revenue Share for Solar Energy Projects effective December 1st, 2021, whereas Virginia Code, et cetera, authorizes any locality to adopt an ordinance to assess a revenue share of up to $1,400 per megawatt as measured in alternating current generation capacity of the facility based on submissions by the solar facility owners to the interconnecting utility on any solar photovoltaic project, subject to certain exemptions set out in Virginia Code 58.1-2636, and whereas the county desires to amend the Nottoway County Code of Ordinances to implement the provisions of said code. Now therefore be it ordained by the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors as follows. 1, add Title 14, Article 14, Title Revenue Share for Solar Projects to a chapter which is unsighted at this point, which I presume would be the solar chapter. And then Article 5, Revenue Share for Solar Energy Products, Section 70-2.41, Purpose, Definition in relation to other ordinances, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll just leave it at that. It also discusses the revenue share per megawatt and wafer machinery and tool tax. And that again states $1,400 per megawatt on any solar project. Moving on to the next item is basically asking for a $1,500 application fee per the special exception, and that's on top of our existing $300 for our special exception. Lastly, there's the second amendment to the to our code is to allow to amend the building code permit fee schedule related to solar energy facilities, and that's based on the chart below, which is also advertised. It could range from I'll just cite the lower and go to the upper. For 0 to 5,000 watts, it's going to be the permit will be $50. And for 5,000 or larger watts, it'll be $10,800 plus $15 for each additional 10,000 watts over 5 million watts.
Okay. Mr. Zodi, did I hear you correctly? Again, I want no hiccups. You said you needed 4 separate motions on these, or I asked Mr. Elder, is one motion, does it cover the Article 4, Division 19? Does that one motion cover all 4 items?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it should be 4 different public hearings, correct?
That is correct.
Right.
So we advertise it.
So some of the things I just want to clarify, because what things that Mr. Zodi was saying was you went through planning and zoning fees, building fees.
And sign agreement.
Right. But
correct.
the first public hearing is the solar ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. So he went a little bit further. So the first public hearing, he introduced all 4 of the public hearings is what he did. But
Okay.
we just need to introduce right now the solar ordinance.
All right.
Okay.
All right. He's already read it off, and we will go, and of course, it's labeled A, B, C, and D.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
E2B, the $1,500.
Yep.
Second line, permits for medium-scale solar energy. I believe we can remove medium scale and just say permits for solar energy, because we're small, aren't we?
I'm in favor of us tabling those last 3 ordinances. We hadn't had a chance to talk about those fees. I haven't anyway. I'd like to vote on the ordinance tonight for the solar, but the other 3 the fee ordinances, planning and zoning fees, building fees, and revenue share, I'd like for us to hold off on that.
So,
But you do want to have a hearing on.
right.
We can have a hearing on them, but I'm not ready to vote on those. I hadn't had a chance to look at
And we don't have to
those
vote on that tonight, do we, Mr. Elder? If they
No.
want to listen to it and not vote, okay.
You don't have to vote on any of it.
So,
I was
Mr.
just getting
Chairman,
ready to say.
I guess the recommendation right now is to open up the public
Yeah.
hearing for the solar ordinance.
Right.
All right. All right. Board members, I need a motion to open the public hearing on the ordinance section of the proposed solar ordinance 2A, under Article 14, Division 19. I need a motion to do that.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the floor is open, the public hearing is now open. Okay, there is 4, as y'all heard tonight, there's going to be 4 public hearings. We are speaking ordinance only. If you are specific to planning and zoning, building fees, revenue sharing, that will come after this. We're speaking ordinance only. This board has agreed unanimously to, because there's going to be a lot of discussion because there's 4 items here, and I've asked the board members individually. The chairman has the authority to do this, but I respectfully went to the board, and we all had this conversation. I'd like to that be on public record. Board members, as we understand it, it is 90 seconds per speaker per item. Is that correct, Mr. Toth?
That's what I understood it to be.
Ms. Norton,
That's what I understand.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
And of course, I'm in fact, you will have 90 seconds once you're called to the podium,
Per ordinance.
per ordinance, that you want to speak on. But you must be speaking on the public hearing for the item in front of you. This is ordinance only. Mr. William Berry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
William Berry from Blackstone. I'm here to support the minimum effort to introduce solar to Nottoway County. And my whole point is that demand for power is only going up. Population growth and the data centers is just going to drive the requirement up. What that means is that there's going to be more of an effort to force counties like Nottoway to bring in more solar farms. And everything I've heard this board talk about is on the front side of this ordinance. What do we do to bring solar in? How can we control it? My point is I'm focusing on the end of the life cycle of a solar farm. What you decide when you do this is what is this county going to look like 25 and 30 years from now? It's up to you guys to determine what your children and grandchildren inherit. It's my belief that these farms, even though it's written into the ordinance, shall be put back to its original state. They're not going to do that. It's just going to be too cost ineffective to return these sites. All you're going to have are just grown over 50-acre sites that mean nothing, produce nothing, and will just be a stain on this county. And if you adopt more and more farms coming into this, it's just going to make it worse. I hope I'm wrong, but I think I've been pretty correct. I look at Velvet Textile downtown, and I'm sure he had every intention of keeping that building running. And, well, I leave that to you. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Berry.
sir.
And I apologize, it's only one word here, it's B-E-I-L, I believe it's Bill, is that correct? Bear?
Mr. Hodlaw. I believe it's Mr. Hodlaw.
Oh, what is that? Oh, Bill, okay, Bill, it looked like B-E-I-L. All right.
Almost didn't recognize you tonight with your new hairdo.
Bo dared me to do this.
You asked for that, John.
You dared me to do this. Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to all of you. The 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution abolished slavery in the U.S. on December 6, 1865. That's important to remember when we talk about solar. Photovoltaic cells or solar panels are made largely with polysilicon components. 4 out of 5 of the largest polysilicon factories in the world are located in the Xinjiang region of northwest communist China. Between 2010 and 2020, China's share of global polysilicon production increased from 26% to 82%. Nearly 95% of the solar modules containing polysilicon come from Xinjiang region of China. In Xinjiang region, the Chinese Communist Party has detained, read that, enslaved hundreds of thousands of Uyghur Muslims. These slaves, including women and children, produce the bulk of the world's solar panels, solar cells. Additionally, a new report explicitly linked solar companies with factors in Xinjiang to the programs accused of forced labor practices. To save money, individuals and companies in the United States are supporting the use of slave labor of men, women, and children in support of Communist China, which is an avowed enemy of our country. I have resources for all that I have just mentioned.
All right.
And I'll leave you with one thought. It's never wrong to do the right thing. Mark Twain.
All right.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Happy New Year to you as well. All right, Paul Cozen. Did I damage that, or was it? It's close. Cousins. All right. I damaged it.
No worries. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Paul Cousins, and I'm a project manager with CEP Solar. We're a Richmond-based renewable energy developer that works exclusively in the Commonwealth. I want to start off by saying thank you for your time, effort, and service to Nottoway County. CEP has partnered with several local landowners in Nottoway County to develop small-scale solar projects. They're not eminent domain projects. Our landowners have chosen to partner with us and host solar on their land. Solar projects allow landowners to generate passive income from their property while keeping the land in their families for generations to come. These projects will also result in substantial tax revenue for Nottoway County. Our projects would fit under the acreage and megawatt definition in this ordinance. However, the setbacks in the proposed ordinance would make our projects not viable in the county. The setbacks in proposed ordinance would make Nottoway an outlier amongst Virginia and will drive investments and potential tax revenues towards neighboring counties. These regulations also discriminate against small landowners who could otherwise host a small-scale project on their property. We ask the board to not approve the ordinance as written and adopt a firm setback requirements that are equivalent to neighboring counties. This will allow for regulated investment in the county while the board maintains the ability to judge projects on an individual basis.
Okay, Mr. Cousins, we're at time for this first part of this here. We're going to go ahead and move forward. And I reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, the board has agreed unanimously to 90 seconds. If you want to
Come back 3 more times.
Yeah. Tito.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll try to be very respectful of your time and stick to it.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for having me here. I'll get straight into it. And I am a renewable energy developer with Amplifum. I'm developing a project right at Rocky Ford Road, about 75 megawatts. I would not reiterate a lot of what you already know. There's one thing I just want to speak publicly here. A lot of your concerns are understood. We generally understand them in the industry. We've dealt with them in many ways. There's a responsible way to accomplish everything you really want to accomplish. I really want to implore you to keep an open mind before you make any grave decisions in terms of having an ordinance in place that you may have to go back and revise. Take your time to get properly educated, so that way you can better serve your constituents in your community. There's a lot of money at stake here that could potentially benefit your community. Pay attention to that. The county does need the assistance, and we're very, very eager to see how we can help and be a good partnership to the county. So, and I'll stop there for now.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Tito. Mr. Jerry Spence.
Appreciate the opportunity again to talk to you folks.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to express my appreciation to allowing folks not from the region to speak their minds. I have property here, as I think you know, and I've met a lot of people here, both sides of the issue, a lot of great people in Nottoway County on both sides, and I do appreciate getting to meet several of them over the years, and hopefully things will work out for them eventually when it comes to this issue. I do want to let you know I do come from the once great state of Maryland. It's not that way anymore. We still have good spots in our state, but it's not great like Nottoway County is. So I want to encourage you folks to tread lightly on what you have, because you have what other folks want, and it's your natural resources. And fortunately, in this county, I think, I can't speak for the folks who drafted the ordinance necessarily, but I know there was a lot of time put in and a lot of compromise went into this. And folks like me outside the county appreciate the opportunity to talk, but you guys have to decide what's best for your citizens. I think it's kind of ironic. There's a lot of folks from outside the region like me that are pro-solar, and I don't want to be disparaging to them, but I believe I might be the only person in the room from outside the region that's not here because of money. I'm here because of what you have. Your resources are priceless. You cannot buy them in many places in the country anymore. And one more thing, it's obvious, even in Maryland, they're trying to pipe energy to Northern Virginia. And I think we all know what this is about. And Nottoway County is not the outhouse of Virginia. It's not. And Southern Virginia shouldn't be treated that way. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Dennis Tatum.
Yes,
Good evening.
Good evening. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good evening.
I hope y'all highly consider the solar project. I'm trying to do this for the county, the taxpayers. I've talked to Ms. Norton over the reservoir for Nottoway County to have water. I'm willing to work with y'all. I'm trying to do things that make common sense, not to fight everybody. And whatever we need to do to help our people on Social Security, it's hard on them. Y'all going up on your taxes every year, and it's not helping these people. And we need to do something in this county to start helping the people in this county and stop worrying about what everybody else thinks. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Mike Mason. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You guys threw me a curve at that 90-second thing. Tore up my speech. Good evening, members of the board.
Good evening.
Chairman Rourke, Administrator Bowman. This has been quite a slog. Been going on for a long time. I think this was my 72nd trip to this courthouse for these things. I'm going to reach back just a little bit, probably 2, maybe even 3 years now. There was a town hall meeting in Burkeville. Thank you, Mr. Rourke, for arranging for that, because I feel as though that was pivotal in that we got a glimpse of exactly who these solar developers are, their integrity or lack thereof. If the attendees at that meeting were a representative sample of Nottoway citizens, then it's clear, to quote Mr. Rourke, the citizens don't want it. The citizens don't want it, and you repeated it 3 times. I'll just give it 2 because I only have 90 seconds. We just learned that recently that there was a push for solar. This whole push for solar is directly related to the growth of data centers, predominantly in Northern Virginia. In fact, electrical use in Virginia is depressed to flat when you exclude data center consumption. Yet Northern Virginia counties are reaping hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue from data centers at the expense of a land grab in Southside Virginia for solar power. Furthermore, Delegate Rip Sullivan of Northern Virginia is sponsoring House Bill 636, which, as you know, will usurp your decisions in favor of taking more land from Southside Virginia for solar. If we don't get this ordinance in place, we may very well be a prime target of House Bill 636 if it passes in the next couple of months. And how's any of that fair? How's that fair to Southside Virginia? I'd like to sincerely thank this board, the previous board, as well as the Planning Commission and the Zoning Committee for all your hard work to come up with this compromise ordinance.
Mr. Mason, unfortunately, we're at time for this section here. We got the other sections you can
Let's
finish.
finally get this passed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, sir,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Hamilton. Good seeing you,
members
sir.
of the board. We got maybe 2 or 3 people at the hearing we had at town in Burkeville about 2 or 3 years ago. And I'm going to shock all of y'all here tonight, because I think I talked about 16 minutes up there, and y'all got tired of hearing me, I guess. But I'm
appreciate that what this county board of directors and planning commission has done. Y'all been, not many of you were on the board this whole time, I know, but the last 4 or 5 years, you've been talking about solar, and I think it's about time for you to do something. And I'm going to tell you, I support this, what y'all have done, and your proposal, I think, will preserve the character of Nottoway County. And it will protect the viability of agriculture and forestry. It will protect the property rights of landowners, allow for the county to provide enough electricity needed for Nottoway County, and you don't have any responsibility for any other localities in the state. And therefore, I'm think this is the best opportunity we're gonna have to have solar that we can live with. And I appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ham. Look at that. To the second. And he didn't even look at the clock. To the second.
And he was the youngest one.
And yeah, and that's a man that knows how to tell time, right? Good deal. All right, Mr. Irby Woodson. Woodson Irby, I'm sorry. I thought I was in the military there for a second.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Bowen. I'm here tonight not to support your ordinance. That doesn't make a lot of people happy, but a week ago, I was neutral on this whole solar thing and basically uninformed. In the last week, I stumbled across some things that I, as a taxpayer, I was very concerned about. The fact that our budget, we had to use reserves from our savings account to do our present budget. We used over $1.5 million that was working for us, but we had to supplement our budget to do that. We've got some, I'm summarizing very quickly, I had a lot more points, but we have now a radio communications debt of $6 million, $7 million, but we financed $6 million of it. That's going to add to our budget approximately $600,000 annually, our next budget. We've got a mandate for the courthouse that we're all very aware of that I can see is going to cost us at least $10 million. And if you go to neighboring counties, we see $20 to $40 million. So that's going to roughly be another $1 million that we need to put into our budget, minimum. I hope we can get it done for $1 million a year. So my point is 1.6 million, $500,000 for a radio system, $1 million a year for a courthouse complex that the judges say we need. That's $3 million that we don't have a revenue stream right now to take care of.
Okay,
where are we going to get that money?
Okay, Mr. Woodson, we're at the end of time here, sir, and like I said, we got the other parts where you can come back and speak, please.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Ricky Rash.
All right, Mr. Chairman, last time I got up here, I said I was scared. This time I'm only nervous. I'm nervous that if we don't do something in Nottoway County come January, things may go south in the General Assembly. There's an enormous amount of discussion going on in the General Assembly about what's going to happen. One of the things that came very close to in this 2024 session was taking your rights away for zoning on all solar. I saw some heads nod back there when that was mentioned, but it got very close and had to be withdrawn at the last minute. I'm here to ask you to pass an ordinance to have something on the books and worry about amending it later. What I'm hearing after 3 days in Roanoke, heard an outstanding presentation from Jonathan Rack of DEQ. He is a policy director. He laid out all of the issues with solar identified by the Study Committee for 206. Outstanding presentation. When I get it, I intend to forward it to you. I didn't learn a great deal. I did learn that our policymakers in Richmond are aware of this now. One of the things that has come out is Dominion has finally shown their hand. The technology corridor, the 3 counties up in the DC area are after the technology centers. They need the solar. It is a user agreement with them to get alternative energy into those plants. And what will happen is our demand for data centers will go up threefold, not for the housing. So I'm not sure that the solar issue, the demand has not been inflated artificially. So anyway,
He's reached his
I
time,
need
Mr.
to get
Chairman.
you that copy of RAC's presentation, and I encourage you to pass something tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Hawthorne.
Yes, sir. Before I begin, on behalf of all the people that wanted to speak before you tonight, I will note that this county received its first application for solar in 2017, and you and your predecessors have taken nearly 8 years to get to this point, and you're going to limit all these people, 72 trips, and you're going to limit them to 90 seconds? I find that to be slightly insulting. But that being said, if your goal here is to protect the interest, if your definition of property rights is to protect the interests of those that own property that are well-heeled and don't live in this county, vote for this ordinance. This ordinance is a ban on solar, pure and simple. I don't care if it's 1 acre, 50 acres, 500 acres. With those setbacks, no solar will ever occur. You don't need to have public hearings on the other 3 matters. It will be irrelevant. You won't have any solar. So if you want to keep a retired farmer from putting in a small solar project to have revenue to hold on to his family farm, don't vote for this ordinance. If you want to allow minority landowners in this county, some of whom are here in support of solar, to participate in these smaller projects, then don't vote for this ordinance. If you want to allow families to hold on to their family holdings by putting in a solar project or keeping their farm running, then don't vote for this ordinance. I see no good reason to vote for this ordinance. It's a ban on solar, pure and simple. So if you want to come back with something more reasonable, then maybe Richmond will listen to you. But if you pass this ordinance, Mr. Rash's concerns are spot on. They're going to look at you and they're going to say, you are against being reasonable when it comes to solar. And it's going to be shoved down our throats. I do not want statewide control over our locality. But you've got to play ball, and you've got to play ball reasonably. So my time's up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sean Haney.
All right.
How you been, fella?
Thank you all for having us here tonight. I had a 90-second exactly speech prepared, but I don't think it's appropriate at this point. What I want to say is the following. I think there are 3 things that you should consider in considering this: taxation, property rights, and I think obviously you want to protect the people of Nottoway County. But since this has become an international issue where we're solving China's problems, I don't know how to follow that within the scope of 90 seconds, other than to say, if we're concerned about China and how it relates to your passing an ordinance, then we need to address everyone's tennis shoes, the chips that operate their cars, and everything else. But I came here to say I'm not necessarily for or against solar. I just want you guys to have a sensible, flexible plan that will actually work with the state of Virginia and the citizens of Nottoway. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Haney. All right, board members, I need a motion to close the public hearing under the ordinance section.
I'll move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the first public hearing is handled. Does anybody wish to make a motion for the ordinance section of the of this proposal?
On the, you said the ordinance section?
Yeah, the ordinance section only.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the ordinance as presented.
Yeah, we got to open a hearing.
No. We're good. The public hearing's closed.
Okay, all right.
Public hearing's closed.
He made the motion. Somebody needs a second, and then it's up for discussion, right?
I was going to say, will you finish with your motion?
No, I make a motion, we approve the ordinance as presented tonight.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
My discussion, I'm going to open my discussion up by saying this. I was very well prepared to come here tonight to vote in favor of this ordinance as it's written, with the mindset of going back no further than next month to make some amendments that we can all agree upon. I'm not going to say I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to say is, if we approve this as written tonight, just to get something on the books after 7 years since 2017, we're doing no different than they do in Washington every day. We're agreeing to something, not to agree to it later to make the amendment to it. And what I got the biggest problem is, I'm a farmer, so no farmer can cram it down my throat. More than 51% of my income arrives from farming. As a property rights owner, as an owner of property and being a property rights individual, watching how this thing is written is worse than how hog houses was done years ago. And we don't have a hog house in Nottoway County. There's no land in Nottoway County that you can put a hog house on. So if we adopt this thing as written tonight, we're telling them, this is what we really want, but we're going to lessen it up next month. Just bear with us. Therefore, I wish, me individually, is to not take a stance on it tonight and we table it until we can put it into a work session and get it done by next month. There's no need of putting the amendments in place, adopting the 800-foot setback and 300-foot of shrubbery. And one thing that I would like to see is a 4% cap be put on it. No greater than 4% of the eligible 13% that may be acquired by Dominion or of its developers for solar. So we put a cap on that. That would be roughly about 7,500 acres if we put a cap on it. If we don't put a cap on it, it's going to be about 25,000 acres. And I think that's way too much. I think it should be up to the property owners.
Well, and
everybody's against it. I hear it's just like the biosolids. As a youngster, I came up through those two doors right there. It was a packed courthouse. The county was against biosolid. Not going to put no biosolid unless you was a farmer that wanted to biosolid, then you spoke in favor of it. The few people that wants it are the people that are going to get revenue off of it, besides a few that's looking out for the citizens' tax dollars of Nottoway County of how we're going to pay things. I just don't think this thing was written nowhere close to what it should be written by. And it's no disrespect intended here. I feel in my heart it's not even close to being right. So why should we adopt something we don't even think that we're going to come back and say, well, we will change it? I mean, if you neuter a dog and you vote to change it, it's too late. And it's going to put the developers and the citizens with the mindset that this is what we like right here. This is what we really like. We're going to go back and tweak it later, but this is what we really like, just to get on the books.
All right. I want to add something.
That's my opinion. With that, I won't say any more about it.
Okay. I'll add something to that. So when I got here in 2020, it was right before COVID hit, but anyway, Nottoway didn't have a lot of options for revenue, not reoccurring. I mean, it was a base. There didn't appear to be any growth. Blackstone was moving a little bit. We mentioned about property out at Fort Barfoot that will always be industrial or commercial or something like that. It'll never be agricultural. It'll never be residential. And COVID just kind of stymied that. That's always still an option out there. To your point, Mr. Toth, one of the things that I've had an issue to and never got a real straight answer with was this is a majority red county. We understand that. This problem has become politicized by federal government. You know, you got Democrats and Republicans fighting over who should do what because it's a green initiative. We don't want to vote for this. We don't want to look at this. We don't want to listen to this. And then, but you also got what you've mentioned, property rights. How can you ask somebody, and I'm asking a question, how do you ask somebody, how do you keep my taxes low and don't tell me what to do with my property? And I'm asking another question. I'm not making a statement. I'm asking a question here. And I'm stealing this from somebody that shared it with me. How do you raise taxes and deny revenue? That's the sticky wicket here. But at the same time, y'all have seen some of the stuff that is potentially going forward. I think we're going to get ran over, not just Nottoway, everybody's going to get ran over by the state of Virginia. It's coming.
For clarification, I was asked, and I told several of my members here, that I was in agreement with voting on it. I didn't say how I was going to vote. I said, if y'all want to vote, that's right. I said, if y'all want to vote on it, I'm a get along kind of guy. We'll vote on it. Versus saying no, because at that point, it had been advertised and all these people had planned on coming here and we needed to listen to these folks.
Right.
And so, yeah, I am going to vote on it. I was very surprised that it took as long as it did to get a second. But then again, I was not surprised none whatsoever at all. Because it don't matter how y'all vote. In your heart, you know this is not doable right here. No way, no shape, form, or fashion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
One of the reasons I ran for the board is because my family farm's in Sussex County, Virginia. Their ordinance is 300 acres. They get applications for 8,000 acres. The industry doesn't act right in these rural counties. 73% of them have DEQ violations right now.
Yep.
I've read
That being said, I'm happy with a 50-acre project.
So am I.
The 800-foot setbacks are wrong. The setbacks need to be looked at, whether we go back and do it, or whether we table tonight and do it in a work session. But what you've taken away is somebody that's got a 150-acre farm and has gotten old and he wants to keep their farm. They can put 50 acres on it, it's going to generate enough revenue for the taxes, and to generate money each month. So I agree with a small parcel, 50 acres, 5 megawatts is what we looked at. I don't agree with the setbacks.
So we no need us voting on this setback then. If we're going to come back and kick it down the road and it be cut by 2/3 or whatever it is, no need of voting on it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add, most people, when I was talking with the solar discussion, they have no clue the available land in Nottoway County. Mr. Ingram is well aware of this. 200,000 acres. The state of Virginia has 8.76 million acres of potentially suitable land. Of that, Nottoway County only has 200,000 acres of land. But of that, only 13% is actually usable because Southside Electric Cooperative, unless you put a solar panel on your house, they do not have the capability to run the transmission lines. It's all Dominion. And he mentioned, Mr. Chairman mentioned the politicized part of this. Something you may not have seen that our board has become aware of is the Energy Review Board draft that's going to go to the Senate and the House. And in that draft bill, it says, by July 1, 2026, each locality shall adopt an ordinance for permitting of solar energy facilities and energy storage facilities. And it goes on to talk about the Commonwealth Clean Energy Policy, and they're going to develop a Virginia Energy Facilities Review Board. Well, this review board is going to be chaired by 10 college university presidents.
Liberals.
Well, but in that, it's getting shoved down our throat. Then it goes on to say, no locality, no local ordinance shall include limits on the total amount, density, or size of any solar energy facility. And it goes on and on. And that's what this ordinance we're doing is doing.
Didn't it state something about some voting authority with them as well?
It hadn't been passed,
They talking about, no.
but this is what we're looking at. But it just goes to show no matter how hard we work, and we're trying, yes, God knows, I'm on a finance committee, I know we need revenue, but do we sacrifice our land?
If it's your land and you want to sacrifice it, and you worried about your neighbor looking over there and don't like it, yeah, you sacrifice it.
But
If it's yours, if it ain't yours, because it belongs to the government, then you can't do it.
do we tell people what to do with their property? Then, on the other hand, we need money. But do we fall prey to the money, like Powhatan and Buckingham? I heard many a argument when I went to VACO. They're all backing up. They dived in it with 2 feet, and now they're backing up on it.
You know, we can learn from them, Ms. Norton.
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes.
One thing that I was told was that we could hire a third-party environmentalist that worked for the county that's paid by the county that's reimbursed by the solar developer. So it wouldn't cost the taxpayers a dime. That would hold them more accountable. Ms. Norton, you and I had a discussion today that the violations that they had, there was another county that made them match those fines to the counties. So the county generated income from those violations. It's so much stuff we can look into and dig into that would make this better for both sides. I think tonight, my opinion, we should not take a vote on it. But we need to get something on the books soon, but we just don't need something on the books.
Yes.
That's my
Agreed.
opinion.
But it's just so much coming
Mr. Ingram, now I'm antsy to listen to you. You've heard all of us. So now I want to hear Mr. Ingram, because I got the utmost respect for Mr. Ingram, my old school teacher.
I've been going at this ever
Long
since
time.
it started. You can blame Mr. Billy Coburn for that. When he had on the front page of the Courier Record that they were gonna take 700 acres and put 400,000 solar panels on it right up the road from my house.
Well, that started it.
And I got livid, and then I got active. And I've been talking to folks. People come up to me all the time and say, we don't want solar.
Me too.
I mean, I'm not, you know, I went in a place of business 2 weeks ago, and they started talking, and they're going, don't let it come here, don't let it come here. And so, you know, I bent, because Mr. Lavelle will tell you, the original draft from the Planning Commission was 40 acres. And Mr. Collins wanted to get 50 acres, so we went to 50 acres. We bid our project and said, okay, we'll go to 50. We made some adjustments on some of the setbacks, okay? Now.
Y'all did, for 800 to 5, if I remember correctly.
That's correct. We made some adjustments on that. We made some adjustments on the paved road going into the project. So the Planning Commission sat down, looked at this thing, got together with the board and said, let's go with this. That's why I made the motion to approve it tonight. Can amendments be made? Certainly. But if we kick this thing down the road, when you gonna make your amendments and when you gonna have your...
Next month, me specifically.
What I'm saying to you is, but you're gonna have to have public hearings on those.
That's right, we got time to advertise for it.
That's why I'm saying, let's go ahead and get this on the books, and then we'll look at what board members wanna do.
The Planning Commission, I've got a great respect for them. They do a lot. I've worked with them over the years. They are a recommendation board, is that right? Yes, Mr. Eller, they're a recommendation board. It comes to the board for final approval or disapproval. I think there's some solar firms and there's some people that's gonna get their their sails blown down by reading these strategic ordinances and gonna move our potential income and property rights to an adjacent county that does not have these strict things. That's one reason I don't think we ought to have a vote on it tonight. And if we're gonna do so many amendments to it, then that's nothing more but legal fees. Just piling up, because more paperwork, piling up. This law was written December the 20th, 2024, but it's got these amendments. It's sort of, if you buy a piece of land, you gotta go back and look through the deed It's no need to make an extra paperwork, in my feeling. Mr. Chairman, I'm not gonna say anything else I said.
Okay. All right. Well, board members, there is a motion on the floor. It has been properly seconded, discussion held. Pull for a roll call vote. Mr. Ingram, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Nay.
Ms. Norton?
Yes.
And my vote is A.
Your vote is what?
Yay.
Mr. Chairman, that's 4-1.
Okay. All right.
For the ordinance to be approved.
Okay. Now, board members, I need a motion to open the public hearing for the planning and zoning fees.
I'll make that motion.
For a second.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The public hearing is now open for planning and zoning. Anybody wish to speak? And again, you have 90 seconds on these because there's 4 different items here. Planning and zoning. Anybody wish to speak for that or against that?
I recently heard, before everybody leaves and nobody speaks on this, that you can get backbones off of Amazon. So y'all get a backbone and come on up here if you need to, because it look like a few of us ain't got none. You damn right.
All right. Hearing none, I need a motion to close the public hearing under the planning and zoning fees.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The public hearing is closed. Board members, what is your wish to address, as far as adopting or not adopting or, tabling the planning and zoning fees?
I would like to table it so we can have discussion on that. I've not had a chance to look at these fees.
Can't we pass it and amend it later? Make amendments to it?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
You know something?
Can't we? Just well, right? If we can pass it, we'll get it on the books and we'll make amendments to it when we do the rest.
Mr. Chairman, let me get a point of clarification. Let's pretend, Mrs. Zodi, if you don't mind.
Hang on. Can we stop the crosstalk, please?
Mrs. Zodi, if you don't mind, so we done passed the ordinance, and I know some people like it, some people don't, some people say we're not gonna get an application. But if we got an application tomorrow, if we don't have any fees in place, what happens?
What are you gonna do?
You don't do nothing. It won't be a fee, right? I just want a point of clarification.
Better go ahead and pass it.
We better pass them.
Right.
All right.
I just want to make sure.
All right, well, board members, does anybody wish to put a motion on the floor to approve or deny the planning and zoning fees, section of the Article 4, Division
Did
19?
we closed the public hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
All right, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, roll call. Mr. Collins, how do you,
Yes.
Mr. Ingram?
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Norton?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well, Mr.
That's 5-0.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. All right, I need a motion to open the public hearing for the building fees section of Article 4, Division 19.
I so move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The public hearing is now open. The building fees. Anybody wish to speak for or against the building fees on section of Article 4, Division 19, solar energy? Hearing none, I need a motion to close the public hearing, please.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The public hearing is now closed under the building fees. What is your wish, board members? Any discrepancies in this, Mr. Bourne, as far as the applications as well?
This is the schedule fee. Is basically you're looking at 12 cents per square foot. But anyway, where did we get that from, Mr. Zodi? Is this other counties?
No, sir. That quotation is from our building fee schedule, and I believe that doesn't.
Okay.
Mr. Zodi, if this article is tabled, does that prevent any applications from coming in?
No, you guys passed an ordinance.
Thank you. Okay. Does it prohibit moving forward with the application process in any way?
We have an ordinance. I mean, so I have to proceed.
Okay. All right. Board members, I need a motion to approve the building fees in Article 4, Division 19. Hearing nothing, I need a motion to open the public hearing
I'll make a motion.
for the revenue sharing. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody else?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody else?
I made the motion. I'm not gonna say aye.
All right.
So we're tabling building fees. Okay.
All right. Any opposed to the public hearing on the revenue sharing section? Okay. The public hearing is now open on the revenue share. Anybody want to speak for or against that exit? All right. Hearing none, I need a motion to close the public hearing on the revenue share.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, public hearing is closed. Board members, I ask that you go back. We need to give the county administrator and his team some directive. Are the building fees planned on being tabled at this point?
Mainly what you're looking at is electrical permits, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And like you say, if somebody comes in with an application and they need an electrical permit, there will be no fee.
Well, yeah, it really comes down to a matter of vested rights. You can't, since you passed the ordinance tonight, you can't backtrack and say, oh, we're going to do this. You can't do that.
Right.
So we have to pass the fee.
Yes.
That's my, I just stayed a Holiday Inn a couple nights, so you're giving the extent of my legal opinion, but you can't say, yeah, we have an ordinance, but there, we don't have any fees except $300 special exception fee.
Okay, so board members, I know we just closed the revenue share, but I ask again, if someone would please put a motion on the floor for the building fees.
I'll make a motion, motion on the floor for the building fees.
Is that to approve or deny?
Approve.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Can I ask
It's
a
steady
question?
biting us, ain't it? Coming right on down the line. Bro, bro, bro. Up on the roof.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question
Yes,
regarding
ma'am.
these fees? Will we be able to later amend these fees?
Absolutely.
Because they are too low. They're
This-
way too low.
This is a living, breathing document.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Get more than that.
And the only reason I'm saying yes is because we don't want to backtrack and have somebody come in here and not charge a fee.
Okay. So am I assuming that you are putting a motion on the floor to approve the revenue share of Article 4, Division 19?
There's no
This is
code on
building code permit fees.
No. We just did that one.
material
Okay.
I backed up to that one. And then we're on the revenue share.
I'm lost too, Daphne. Don't feel lost.
Yes.
Don't
We're in
worry.
section.
Put a motion on the floor for revenue share
To approve or deny?
to approve.
Anybody want to second that?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Now, we're going to move on to departmental reports. Y'all take a breath. Quit hating your neighbors. It is Christmas
I
time.
love my neighbors.
That's what I'm saying. Don't let politics run your lives, for God's sake. Let's all be happy and work together. We can move and amend these things here. All right, solid waste is in your book. Let's see. Dr. Graham's already here.
Yeah, so solid waste, Mr. Chairman, if you look on that, I'd want to just tell you a couple things. You asked me to get in touch with Mike Lawless of TRC because you're still looking for that comparison last at the work session. You're looking for that true comparison of costs on those different options, whether we utilize the land sale we have and different things like that.
Right.
And so I did call him December 16th, and then we had a conversation today. He thinks he can get some information to us by February. I did ask him to, and I think Mr. Toth and, I don't know, John, I mean, you might have been out there with me one time, I don't know, but we talked about if you're gonna give me a true cost comparison of keeping and using the landfill we have, the sales that we have, then we need to do something with that retaining pond. It's too low. We might have to build it up. And see, and the reason why that's important, you can hide that cost if you're not careful. If I got trucks running down the road trying to keep that thing low enough so DEQ's happy, it's not true cost comparison. I really need to be able to get, to be able to hold more leachate is basically what it is. So he said, well, that's a good point, Steve. So that's what's going to take him a little time to try to figure out what he needs to do there. Andrea brought it to my attention. I just want to say this. You got the convenience center hours in there. The people that you gave awards to tonight, and I should have said that before, is when the convenience center first opened. And so it's been 5 years, the anniversary. So, and I think that system is working pretty well. I know we talked about maybe closing a couple, but I just wanted to share with you that's been a 5-year anniversary. So
The eyesores are gone. Yes, sir.
all right, but anyway, that's all really for solid waste right now. Thank you. I should have said something, and I apologize to you. And where did you, Ms. Rothgill, if you don't mind asking, where did you start out when you worked in there? Was you in Blackstone? 46, and you've been there ever since, right?
Well, before that, when Charles Simpson was doing it, before it was unmanned, we were doing it.
Okay, I got you. Anyway, but they do it, and I would say like it's probably those people take some punching, a little bit of a punching bag out there. I know they get a lot of complaints, and because people get why can't I do this or why can't I do that? But anyway, it's not an easy job for what they do. Right. Anyway. Thank you, Ms. Rothgill.
Okay, moving on. We got, you got anything, Greg, or you exhausted?
Do I ever? Have y'all ever done a 15.22232 review? Are you familiar with that? Code of Virginia, any public facility, any public building, public roads, public utilities. Well, we're going to have SR 22. I know why I keep saying
SR 22 is signed risk for insurance.
That's what I'm
here's
talking
what
about.
we go. Yeah, I'm not talking about me. No, I'm joking. Okay, this is what we have to do for all solar facilities, and I bring it up tonight to let y'all know that we do have a filing for a cell tower that'll be coming to you in February. And so what I'll do in my planning commission meeting in January, and I believe that's January 21st, the week after y'all's board meeting. We have to hold a public hearing for 2232 review, just like we'll be doing with the solar ordinances as well. So I want to give you guys this as kind of an, just prepare. because it's a process that goes through the planning commission. The planning commission is supposed to, by state code, report to the board of supervisors, so they could just kick it up to you guys. And it's basically saying, does this fit with our comprehensive plan? Like subdivisions, you know, does it comport with what the comprehensive plan says about facilities and whatnot? And, Mr. Hyde and I are working together. We're going to locate it in the hazard mitigation plan, because I believe there probably is some relative language in there addressing the need for cell towers. And I also have already looked at our comprehensive plan when that was adopted July 20th, 2023, and it does address it generally, and I think we can get by with that. But we do have a tower coming in. They're going to ask for a reduction in height stuff, the height requirements that the board can provide, only the board can provide. So that's really it. I just wanted to update you on that. And what I'm going to do, the legislation I sent you all on Wednesday, I think it's wise that we post it on the website as well, just for the changes that are coming down the pike. So that's all I have.
All right. Well, thank you there.
You're welcome.
Buddy, is Buddy in here? Is Buddy?
Yep, there, buddy.
It's been quiet in here. I didn't think Buddy was.
Good.
Love you, brother.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll make it real quick because I know this is one hot night here that we got to roll on. My report's in your packet. Do we have
Yes,
any
sir.
questions on that? I want to highlight a couple things in it. Just for the public, we're dealing with trying to get a firefighter 1 class back into Nottoway High School. We had a meeting with some fire and EMS personnel and school board trying to put that back after a 10-year absence. GIS mapping is going well, and that's going to help us on this dispatch. Efficiency, today we had a meeting with Prince Edward, Prince Edward, Lunenburg, and Brunswick. And next week, we're going to try to have, after Christmas, a meeting with Amelia and Dinwiddie. So that'll solidify the rest of our mapping project, and we're going to try to put that into the CAD system. No cost on this entry into the CAD system. Of course, the mapping is part of our contract. The mass casualty drill last week at Blackstone Army Airfield went well, and we had Blackstone Fire Department, we had Fort Barfoot Fire and Emergency Services, Nottoway Emergency Squad, and of course Burkeville was going to bring in an ambulance, but they were able to, they had another call going on and they weren't able to come down, but we simulated them being there. But at any rate, everybody that participated with the military and the airfield operations, it went well. We had a helicopter down. It was a UH-60 helicopter that the National Guard had. We put mannequins in it. We lifted off. They made a hard landing back on the airstrip. It was very realistic. We had 5 injuries, 1 death, all of it simulated, and we loaded them into the ambulances and just simulated. We even had 2 helicopters to land from Richmond and put, mannequins in the helicopters just to simulate that, and then we ended the drill. So all that was done. The training center that we put the $10,000 toward last month, I just want to give you a quick update since we are partnering in and we did put some money toward it. There was ARPA funding. The state inspector came out last week and met with Lee Williams and myself, along with some others, to just do a state inspection. What that's going to do is make us eligible for grants. And last but not least, you'll see behind my report, staff is requesting that you approve the general consent request that I have in the packet for the 4 for Life monies so that I can go ahead and work with Ms. Presley to go ahead and get those checks out to our 4 agencies by the, hopefully right after this meeting at the first available time that she can cut the checks.
All right, we need a motion to approve that anyway, don't we?
That's right. Suggested motion,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, is on your packet.
All right. Board members, while we still have him here, let's go ahead and take care of that business. Anybody? Excuse me.
I'll read it.
Okay.
I move to approve the consent request as presented for the authorization to distribute the Virginia Department of Health - Office of EMS 4 for Life funding received by the county on October 2nd, 2024 to the 4 state licensed EMS agencies in Nottoway County.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? There you go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, Mr. Bowen. I know I'm going to be talking with all of you every day, but I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas if I don't see you before then. Thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well.
Thank you, buddy.
All right. Mr. Collins, what you got, brother?
Talking about Piedmont Regional Jail.
Yes, sir.
Let's see here. So, Nottoway County spends $2 million a year, maybe a little over $2 million, for our citizens who are incarcerated. One of the strange things about our county is that we have VCBR citizens, but they commit a crime while they're at VCBR, they become Nottoway County prisoners and go to the regional jail, creating $2 million. We should be around 1.5, 1.6, which is more in line with Prince Edward.
Right.
We located a budget shortfall from the state, which I understand the governor has declined on his budget, so we're going through our delegates now to get an amendment put in to make up the shortfall, which is about $220,000 that should be coming from the state, because these folks aren't our citizens. They just came here to live here because they couldn't stay in their county. So with that in mind, in conversation with a citizen, I started looking at the number of days that our VCBR prisoners were at the jail. And the superintendent commented back, the average stay range for anyone that comes into Piedmont Regional Jail is 60 to 90 days. This is just an approximation. There are a lot of factors that come into play. So at the jail board meeting, he said, why'd you ask that question? I said, a citizen asked me if ours were staying longer. And he said, I've made an appointment with Ms. Leanne Watrous to discuss this. So I said, okay. I said, what do you think? And he said, I think they're staying longer. Ms. Watrous didn't get back to me, so I contacted the superintendent, and this is his response. Yes, the meeting was very productive. The Commonwealth and assistant agreed to make an effort to get VCBR offenders heard or taken to trial as soon as possible. We also talked about any disciplinary offenses that offenders receive while here at the jail, that a copy be forwarded to the Commonwealth office to aid in the offender receiving enhanced convictions. I was very impressed with the conversation outcome and their willingness to work with the jail on this matter. So I'd like, as citizens, I'd like everyone to be aware of how long our VCBR prisoners stay at that jail. We need to get that number down, get it down to 1.8, 1.7. Let's save some money. So that's what I
Mr.
found out.
Collins, over $2 million. Do you have any suggestions on what we could do with over $2 million instead of paying it to a per diem?
Well, you're going to have some.
Yeah.
So you're only talking maybe a swing of $400,000 or $500,000.
Right.
I think you could pay for a radio, I think.
Yeah.
Make a payment anyway, right?
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to interject there, and also, the Superintendent Townsend, he's doing some tracking. When those residents come to the jail, their medications don't go with them. Guess who's paying for the medication?
Nottoway County citizens.
That's right.
And we already paid for them, or maybe the state paid for them, they threw them in the garbage and then they put them.
Right, and then I think somewhere in the neighborhood of $6,000 to $7,000, $8,000 a month in medications.
Yeah.
That adds up.
I remember that one time when I was on the jail board, that Nottoway was paying almost $8,000 a month for the people who was being held at that point.
Yep.
So it's ridiculous, and we need to see if we can get that corrected. All right, moving on. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, and I pose this question to the board member Collins, how can we track this to make sure it's being done?
Well, I get a monthly report when I go to the meeting, and it shows me how many VCBR prisoners are there. But you got to remember, I don't know that Joe Smith was there and had been there for 90 days. That number just kind of moves. So if they had an incident at VCBR where maybe 10 got incarcerated, then that number went up. But you'd have to, maybe through the jail, or maybe Ms. Watrous knows who she put in and can keep track. She does her charts. See, maybe there's a way to do it there.
I see Leanne's coming in, maybe when she gets to a report, maybe she can give you all some heads up on that.
But the number I get in my report just shows me how many VCBRs are there. So I don't know how long this one has been there, or 2 or 10.
And we can, I guess I could, it's an open report. I can start add that to the board packet under.
Sure.
And that,
That
so
page-
y'all can
that-
see those numbers.
Is that page that has the VCBR on it?
I'll make a note of that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I would ask this then, as Mr. Ingram, Ms. Norton, y'all is on the Finance Committee right now.
Yes, sir.
Would it do y'all some good to see how that's tracking as y'all move forward with anything? Because, all right, let's just be realistic. Saying 60 to 90 days is a huge gap. It's a huge gap.
$82 a day.
Yes, sir, per
30
person.
times 82.
Per person. I want actual numbers. Even if, and I don't mean, because I don't think we need to go that route, but if a FOIA is necessary, because what we need to see is from arrest to final disposition, how long is a Nottoway County citizen held as a inmate if they've gotten into an unfortunate situation and not given bail or can't afford bail? How long are they sitting in there with the county citizens paying that $82 per diem? That's the only way to track that. And if the average in the other counties are 60 to 90 days and we're 120, there's a problem. And it's a very expensive problem.
And it could be, I mean, there's a lot of situations that we're unaware of. They're extenuating circumstances, but we need to track this, because when we're talking about losing $400,000 a year out of our budget, out of our citizen tax dollars, that's a problem.
Well, the other thing I'd be interested in is if Nottoway and Prince Edward has always been like neck and neck trying to win the race who has the most days at the jail, right? But at the end of the day, it's the same number of people. Is that tracking right? So let's say over the last 8 to 10 years, is the number going up with arrests? Is they stay longer? I mean, all of this is available. So we are tasked with finding these bleeds and fixing them.
Correct.
The landfill, there's 2 possible bleeds over there. One, I mean, 911 services money going out. I think it's what, 75 or 85% of that money. It's like $100 and some thousand. We're doing good at closing that gap there, getting into the black, but we need to get into the black, almost $200,000. And guess what? All that E911 may become available, and it's reoccurring.
It makes pay down some debt.
Did you say the governor had taken out?
Yes.
That's not right, people. Y'all need to write the governor.
The governor what?
He took our request for the additional funding. So in the budget.
Oh, the request we made, he took it out?
In the budget, there's $210,000 earmarked for Nottoway County. And it's been that for several years, but it didn't take into account the inflation that's happened. Like the jail cafeteria was 140% over budget in inflation. So we have to look and move things to make sure that we've kept up with inflation. And that's part of the reason why we got into the general fund, because the taxes didn't move from 2018 and everything got 6 years in a row. But we had extraordinary inflation after COVID and nobody noticed.
Accounted for that.
Nobody noticed. So the state needs to bring us up to about $415,000. So add 205 to the previous allocation. We asked the governor to do that. It's been removed from the governor's side. So now we have to get our delegates, Lee Ware and our senator, to get it back in there. This is fair. This is a reimbursement for other people, other county citizens that come live here at VCBR and get sent to jail. And Nottoway County citizens are paying for them.
Well, see, the bad thing about this is a lot of those people are not Nottoway County citizens.
They're not.
They're not. They come from other jurisdictions to Nottoway County. And we jail them here or whatever, then we have to send them up there, and they're not our citizens. It's the same thing with the prison.
We tried to get the jail to build a state directly, and that may be a route to go with Delegate Ware and Senator Mulcahy. If they can change it so that the jail can send the bill monthly to the state and it never come here.
Y'all know, for all the citizens out there, and I'm speaking to all the citizens and all the people who come through Nottoway County, y'all can save this county $2 million if you just behave yourselves.
So,
okay.
So one thing that Delegate,
Stay home. So go home and stay home.
so one thing that Delegate Ware had mentioned, we got a written response from the commissioner for DBHDS, Commissioner Smith, Nelson Smith, I think it was, and he was saying because we lost the federal inmates, because they had that escape down there, we lost federal inmates, that's the reason why the price went up. And he's right, because you bring in federal inmates, it offsets a lot of the cost. But it doesn't matter if it went up 3 times. It's not residents of Nottoway County.
That's right.
So I don't really think, I hear his point, I disagree with it, but anyway.
Well, Sheriff, here we go, watch him cringe. He's like, oh, Lord, what is he going to say? You want us to take that $2 million and build you a jail?
I think we need to look at,
Gotta have more staff.
Because
If you do
Look
that,
at the radio system, I saw in the farmable paper that Longwood putting up over $1 million for that radio system. And that's a state facility within the county. Town of Farmville's putting up money, Longwood's putting up money, I think Hampton Sydney's putting up some money.
They are.
But if you take a look at the breakdown of the radio system in Prince Edward County, their county's not paying, like, I think they said it's going to end up being, what, 5 million, Gary, something like that? Yeah, and see, and
That could be a winning
they're getting
argument.
money from a state facility to help with the radio system. Well, how are our first responders gonna get any notice without using our radio system?
to go to
They're
their
gonna
facility,
call our radio system.
to their facility.
That's something
Exactly,
else.
to their facilities.
Mr. Chairman, can we have potentially Mr. Bowen have a sit down with Lee Ware and discuss all these things?
Absolutely, we can make that
But,
request.
but I've been in DBH, let me tell you, Department of Education, there's a big difference between Department of Education, Department of Corrections, and DBHDS. I mean, I hear you, Mr. Ingram, but if Longwood needs $200,000 more dollars, all they do is raise the tuition up $10 per student, and they got it.
Right.
And if you're borrowing $20,000 per student, what is $10 more? I mean, I'm just being honest with you. I mean, but we can ask these state facilities, but the state facilities are gonna dial 911. They're not gonna get you on the radio. I mean, that's just what they're gonna do. But anyway, they're calling 911 now. Is that right, Brian? I mean, if Nottoway, if they need medical attention, they don't get on the radio. What do? Dial 911, right?
Yeah, but he's saying the dispatcher's got a dispatch remote by the radio. That's what he's talking about.
They're using the system.
They're using our telecommunication system.
The outsiders is, and
The initial
I don't
call
mean
comes
that
in over the
disparaging,
landline, and then it
outsiders are
goes-
using
yeah.
county services, yeah. Well, and
don't know.
I believe during VACO, they'll have during the General Assembly, that we can actually go and schedule
Yeah, we
a
can
time.
have,
We can have
Mr.
that.
Chairman,
We're penalized
Wanna see if
with
Ms.
the,
Watchers
with the
wants to-
government facilities we have in our county.
Right. But Dick
Yes.
is 100% right about, they do participate a whole lot more, Longwood and Hampton Sydney.
Absolutely.
But I agree with that totally.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the constitutional officers and,
Mr. Chairman, the Local Development Authority, just real quick report on that. If you look in G12, because I know Ms. Norton had asked about this. But anyway, the bids have went out and they're coming in for the first timber sale for the 65 acres that y'all approved. So just wanted you to see that in there. So hopefully sometime in January or February, we're gonna hear what those bids are, and then we'll find out what the next step is. I just wanted to share that with you. Mr. Toth had brought up something in one of the meetings, Bo, I think Mr. Toth is dead, he gonna tell me in a
That's
minute.
correct.
So anyway, is our campground zoned correctly? No. It's zoned general business. It is not zoned correctly to have a campground. We got a problem. Houston, we got a problem.
I didn't look at y'all's laws too good, but I'm gonna have me an attorney do it for me.
So anyway.
so we need to put that into a
So
public
what do we gotta
hearing-
do to get, do it?
Public
I don't know,
hearing,
we gotta-
rezone it,
Yeah.
and then we can market it.
that's right.
If we're gonna go this route, we're gonna need, we will need to rezone that agricultural and into the special exceptions.
All right, can you bring a recommendation to the board then,
Rezone it as agriculture?
how to handle that?
Do special exception under ag for camping.
Give me a direction.
Don't sound.
But the problem is,
There's no camping line item in our zoning.
but the problem is,
I see what you're saying.
will Fort Barfoot allow that?
Well, we have to send notice to them 30 days in advance.
It's our ground.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, I mean, agriculture's a big, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but if you put it in agricultural, and then you move that to a special, it shouldn't go in agricultural, it should be in residential or something. Maybe pronounce, I'm just talking out loud.
We gotta
If
have a
it's
work session.
It's in the zoning, I mean, we can read it.
We can do that in.
Greg knows how it ought to be written in that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying,
I
we
mean,
can do
Gary, I'm
that in a
sorry.
work session and let these two come and bring a recommendation back
great.
to us for that work session.
I just wanted y'all to be aware, Mr. Toth had asked a question, Bo had asked a question, and he was correct. We looked into it. Our general business does not allow campgrounds.
Yeah, we
Would
don't.
it be special exception under general business?
No, it's not even under
Not
special
even-
exception.
not even
But
listed.
let me, when are we going to discuss this as a group?
At a work session if
besides
you want to.
tonight?
Yeah.
January?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
work
well,
session.
I've got several approaches we
Okay.
can take.
Okay.
Okay?
That'll work.
That'll work.
That'll work.
Greg.
All right. Constitutional
Hey,
officers,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
Brian had something he wanted to speak on that related to that.
Yeah. I said, yeah, mine. No, I'm kidding.
Sorry,
Point
Brian.
of clarification on the radio system. Prince Edward gets money from Longwood and Hampton City because their police departments use that radio system directly. Can any of you explain how the 3 state facilities use our radio system?
Nope.
Oh, they use it directly.
We use it responding to their calls.
Right. I got you. So,
They
that-
just
But they
Phone
don't
in.
use our system, so why are they gonna pay for a system they don't use?
right. But Longwood Police Department does use their system, you're
Longwood
saying?
goes through Farmville, or works together with Farmville, and Hampton City does
So a
as well.
different- so a different
If they have a
relationship.
shooting, they can call those officers directly over the
That
radio.
makes sense.
So different relationship.
There you go. There it
Our
is.
police departments in the 3 towns, our 3 fire departments, and our
Right.
rescue squad all use it,
But the state facilities
the
don't.
state facilities
They're just
don't.
they're just a customer.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian,
Thank you,
for that
sir.
clarification. Appreciate you. It makes sense. All right. Constitutional officer, Sheriff, you got anything?
Good evening.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Sheriff.
A good evening, a long evening so far. We've been talking about numbers and everything else, and we're getting to that part of the year where we're gonna be talking about numbers again. So I'm gonna start off with some good numbers, I guess, or big numbers. Dispatch has logged 25,992 calls this year to date. My deputies have made over 590 arrests this year, and have issued 481 traffic citations. Good year. The number of court days we've had this year, we've had 79 days in circuit court. We've had 48 days in juvenile and domestic relations court, and we've had 96 days of general district court. We served 13 emergency custody orders and 21 detention orders. Now, just talking, SROs, deputies, and staff have worked booths at a number of school and other events. The SROs worked Too Good for Drugs summer camp well, I want to say during this school, when school was out. The SROs worked the summer camp, and it was an awesome event. We received a $4,000 grant from the Attorney General's office with no match. That's why we was able to do it. Don't know if that's gonna happen again this year, but that's what we're hoping for. It was a 5-day camp. We worked with the assistance from volunteers from school, Nottoway Emergency Squad, and parents. 41 kids were able to participate in that camp. It was a good camp. We also had the Nottoway Sheriff's Office second annual softball tournament and the No Shave November for the deputies. We raised enough money where we are able to take 12 kids Christmas shopping. We're working with Department of Social Services now. We've got the names and all, and we're gonna take them Christmas shopping.
That's wonderful.
Both were very good events. Except in the tournament, Prince Edward first responders won again, so they get to keep the trophy for another year. That was the only thing that sucked about that. My deputies, dispatchers, and admin staff have all worked to make this another good year. Nottoway Sheriff's Office could not do these things without their efforts. Their willingness to step up, give up some of their time off, and make these events a success, I want to publicly thank all of them, my dispatchers, my deputies, and my admin staff. We couldn't do it if they didn't want to be part of it. As we start planning another budget year, a lot of new issues and changes. I listened to them as we were going through the night here. Continue to come forward, and if last year is any indication, we're going to continue to meet the challenges ahead. We all did that last year. We're working as a group, and we made it to this point. That's a good thing. We're going to continue to move forward with what is best for Nottoway County and the citizens of Nottoway. And I want to end this. Everyone, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thanks.
Merry Christmas, Sheriff. Appreciate you, and thank you for you and your staff for all that y'all do. All right, Ms. Watchers.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have
Good evening.
spent the last couple board meetings in my office watching and able to pop over if needed. This time I was popping over to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, but sounds like I can answer a few questions maybe. So that was timely. What questions do you have? What would you
Well,
like to
the
know?
main thing was, when I was at the jail meeting, the superintendent said that he was gonna meet with you, and I had called you, but I didn't hear back, so I called him, and he said it was a good meeting. If you
was-
could just talk about, what we need to figure out is if there was a way to track VCBR, how long they're staying, and then your solution for that. How we gonna get them back over here and not pay them $82 a day?
So tracking is probably going to be easier through the jail than through my office. The reports the board gets each month are things that our case management system allows us to generate, takes about half an hour a month.
Okay.
There's nothing in our system that would let us necessarily track VCBR, so we'd have to ask them to recreate some software, which would cost probably a lot of money.
So I can check with them.
Yes, so after that meeting, the jail sent us a list of VCBR residents. We went through it to see what the charges were, why were they still there, was it pre-trial, post-trial. There were a couple of them that actually have finished their case with Nottoway, and it appeared that they had picked up new charges while they were at the jail. So it looked like one or two of them
Can they
had,
be residents of Prince Edward then?
I don't know,
broke
but
the
that
law
is
there?
certainly something worth looking at, because I don't think Nottoway should be paying the bill if they're there for a charge that was committed in Prince Edward, when we are paying the bill for a charge that's physically committed in Nottoway, even though they're not our residents. So I think that's something that probably does need to be addressed with the board, if they're not there on our charges.
From 5 different counties.
I mean, it's Nottoway
It's not
County.
fair.
It's not, and we're bearing the brunt of trying to protect the entire Commonwealth. I mean, these are the worst of the worst sex offenders. They bring us less than 10% of the charges, so we're truly dealing with the worst of the worst and trying to keep them off the street where they can't end up hurting other citizens of the Commonwealth. And so we're doing that for the state as a whole, and Nottoway shouldn't be facing the financial burden of that.
So I guess what I would ask you as the jail board member is just to maybe get that list once a month and have a look at it and make sure nothing got pushed aside. And then if we can get Prince Edward to pay, because they're committed in Prince Edward or violated in Prince Edward.
And I spoke with the clerk of one of our courts and said, can we get these, make sure we get these cases set a little bit more quickly. Sometimes VCBR residents can be a little more
Well, that was
litigious and drag out cases.
well, the superintendent, his comment to me was they're my most difficult ones to manage inside the facility.
I believe it.
And so then, of course, it looked to him as an opportunity to say, okay, how can I reduce my days of problems and help Nottoway? And if you can help us, it's $2 million.
Oh, no, I completely agree. It shouldn't be that high, and it shouldn't be on the Nottoway citizens' shoulders. One of the things that they are now doing, we just got the first email yesterday, is sending us any institutional infractions so that we might be able to use that at a sentencing hearing to say, look, and say in a felony to show
So
the
they
judge.
can leave Piedmont then, right? And go to the federal?
If they get over a year, yes. So that we would be potentially using that before the judge with the sentencing hearing, saying, hey, look, even when they're in trouble, they're still getting in more trouble.
Yep.
So the meeting was productive from that standpoint, from getting the list, for us opening that communication.
Thank you very much for doing that, and just keep it open, and this is a place that's bleeding.
Yeah.
And we can fix it.
A lot of money.
Can we ask the judge that we gotta build a directive from someone from the state says we gotta build a new facility. Can they speed up the process so we don't have to pay as much? Reduce our fees, maybe put it over on debt service for the new courthouse?
That's probably not a
You
conversation
don't have to
that
answer
would be
the question. I'm just-
appropriate for me to have with the judge. It might be considered ex parte.
Well, thank you for having that meeting with the superintendent, and it's
I'm
important.
gonna stay on it, yeah. And I've talked with the attorneys at my office as well about
Okay.
looking at cases and making sure
We
we're
can feed them
looking at
peanut butter over here. They don't need $82 a day.
Is there anything else I can answer?
Leanne, could you possibly put on your thinking cap and see what you can do from your position to help us with this? Because it's more than not fair that we're having to dish out $400,000 in taxpayer dollars for a facility that half the people don't even live here. They eat a little bit, buy a little gas, and we don't collect taxes from. So it's not the citizens' fault.
And they're
We
calling
appreciate
citizens in
anything
for
you
more
can
and more
do.
juries. More and more of those defendants want juries, so it's inconvenient, the citizens are paying their costs on several levels.
Thank you.
Unfortunately. Thank you
Thank you,
all.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Safe and Merry
Yeah,
Christmas.
be safe.
You too, thank you.
All right, guys, we're gonna roll over to unfinished business. Mr. Ingram, Mr. Bowen, do y'all have anything you want to put out on the animal shelter that may be new or?
Yeah, I'll lead it. You okay, Mr. Ingram? So, first I want to tell the board that I know that y'all have, because I know there's some interest in here on that, you wanted to make sure in the future I put on unfinished business, River Street, landfill, and the dispatch program. And I didn't put it on there this because we just talked about it the other day, and I know we weren't going to talk about those 3 items. But that will be under unfinished business in the future. The CARES group is, we got one more meeting, and I think we're trying to have that meeting January 13th at 2 o'clock with the architect. To give you an example, the CARES group has worked. I mean, we've had some hard conversations, but we'll mulling through it. I'm just going to give you an example of an anonymous donor. So they want to make the front entrance more inviting, and I'm sure the board doesn't care as long as they pay for it. And they're paying the architect, anonymous donor paid $5,500 for the architect to draw up to make it look more inviting, and like a porch type thing. And the price on that is, they think it'll be somewhere like $54,000. So I just want you to know, we're doing little things, and I know to honor what the board wishes, while you're sticking with the code, but we're starting to try to figure out how we can bring that money in and to make improvements. So we got one more meeting with the architect with them, with the 13th, and then hopefully we ought to get something in February, and I think he was talking about possibly putting it out to bid, for contractors in February. I will come to the board and ask for maybe about $1,300 more to get, I don't know, stop shaking your head, or just hear me out. $1,300 in the area of that to get more contractors at the table, and let that architect help lead that, because I think the more contractors we get at that table, the better bid we're gonna get.
Yes, sir.
And he believes that too. So anyway,
It'll be worth $1,300.
One of the things,
and help us with once it's awarded, maybe hold some meetings, a construction meeting, and da. So anyway,
one of the things that Steve and I have talked about is we can get the architect to give us some prices on various items within the shelter. There may be people who'll be willing to donate a run, put their name on it. So if we get the price of what a run costs, we can say to CARES, y'all got people who'll be willing to put their name on this run. That'll be something that we don't have to buy.
And I don't think the board is concerned about that. If somebody spends $6,000 for a run, it's okay to put a plaque up there to say this was donated by the Toth family or whoever.
Right. Yep, that's fine.
Y'all don't have. I don't think you have a problem with that.
That's fine.
One of the other things that we talked about is on the front entrance, instead of having a regular sidewalk, is to have like bricks in place, and then people can donate money for and get the name on the brick or something like that. So it's different ways. There's still people really want to give to that. I mean, we get a lot of donations. I don't think we bought dog food in a while. People donate dog food, leave it at the shelter, and I think lately we just got some. We got some food from Tractor Supply, I believe it was one at Andrea, if I can remember. But anyway, just listen to the animal control officers. We're getting a lot of donations. So anyway.
Hey, look, you talking about porches? Ain't no prettier porch than a Cracker Barrel. I'm telling you.
You know, that's we would like people to sit on the and we would like Daphne come up there and sit in the rocking chair and welcome people. You know,
play checkers.
It ain't.
Play checkers on old whiskey barrel.
That's right. But anyway, so I will keep y'all hopefully. Man, we need a good price coming back. We need a good price coming back.
I think we're going to get one.
All right.
I've got confidence. All right, the Public Radio Safety Project.
All right, in your package, and I got Buddy here and also Jimmy Farwell. So
is Jimmy awake?
He might not. The first thing I want you to show you that we made our first payment to the radio system, a little over $500,000. And so, and by the way, that looks like it's simple, but when you wire over $500,000 to somebody, there's a lot of steps in process. You both got to give your birth certificate to them.
That is one of the places that fraud occurs. They get in between you and your wire and where it's going. They'll change the instructions.
Yeah,
be very, very, very careful and diligent.
What they do is actually call me, then they do a call back, And then they'll call back again, then they'll call Logan and make sure she's got answers to questions. And making sure it's me and da-da-da-da. So it's a lot.
That's good.
It's a lot of stuff.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
What I'm asking y'all to do tonight, if you look on the, it had a little hiccup on the, I just call it a little hiccup because it's going to be on projects, things happen. They have to put a radio tower in Blackstone. Jimmy brought in, and I think some of y'all has asked, if Jimmy had brought in and left on the Blackstone line of sight, they were putting it by the police station, and it's got to go to that water tank, and that's the yellow, and you see the trees that's going through. Well, it has to be moved in front of pretty much right near the Carrier Record building. It's about 50 foot, I think, and this tower is necessary to transfer it to go over to the water tower that's in Blackstone. I'm asking y'all to approve. You see a draft MOU? Gary Elder's team has looked at it. The Blackstone lawyer has looked at it. I think the company is in now. I'm asking maybe if you could, the biggest thing that Gary's Elder's team wanted to make sure we're okay, and their team, if the pole falls over on something, our insurance covers it, okay? And then I'm pretty sure how much coverage. I mean, if a pole falls over the Carrier Record and destroys that building, I guess y'all want me to fix that, right?
Do we need to hold a public hearing for the movement of it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
What I'm asking y'all to do is to approve the
MOA.
Yeah, the MOA pending on the changes that our lawyer and Blackstone's lawyer is making to assure both entities are safe on this endeavor. Okay.
Okay, can we just give you a consensus until we get the final draft?
They were taking it to theirs. We don't have it yet? Or you want to wait till they approve it and then?
Does this hold up anything?
Yeah. And if I wait the next month, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying if y'all would approve pending on assuring.
Mr. Elder has reviewed it.
Elders reviewed it.
And legal review.
And we have the right
Mr.
document.
Elder's review.
Right. Anyway,
I'm fine. You
because
want a
we
motion?
don't, it's going to be another month, but pretty much, and they really need to start planning this project.
I'll make that motion. You ready for that?
Yes, if y'all would
To
do that.
accept the MOA, or MOU, which one is it?
MOA.
MOA between the town of Blackstone and the county of Nottoway in regards to the tower in the Blackstone Police parking lot pending review by our attorney.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
All right.
All right. And thank you, and Buddy and Jimmy, thank y'all for the map clarification. All righty.
Okay. All right, now, was that it on that, Mr.?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
the accommodation committee appointments, we were going to get some information on that, and is that one of those quick items on a work session in January?
Maybe. Let's just, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to table that. I have got so many things I've been dealing with, I ain't got to that yet.
And at that work session, we can take 5-10 minutes and anchor down what our thoughts and moving forward with it, numbers of people if we're going to move forward with it.
I think there was some discussion that the board was not going to move forward with it, so we got everybody's got to go out and figure out what we want to do.
All right, so y'all, if you don't mind, so what I'm hearing tonight, I'm just like get the pulse of the board, and I did see a 4-1 vote tonight. Would you still like to sit down in a work session and dedicate another work session? I'm not asking for the planning commission to talk about the ordinance and its setbacks. Even though I know Mr. Collins voted for it, he still has concerns about setbacks. Because if what I don't want to do again, if we have to do another public hearing, I don't know what we got to do. Let's agree in the work session, and then whatever we got to do, I'll ask Gary Elder, what do we got to do next? But I sure would like to agree in the work session, and Dickie's got some complaints.
Yes, I'd like
to
talk about it again.
Okay.
We need to do fees.
Right.
So we need information from 2024 from like Prince Edward. They just
Okay.
approved a couple. So that's easily. gotten.
Easily obtainable.
And then get the setback so that somebody that's got 150 acres.
Is the setback the only issue right now?
Lord, no. And every one of y'all know what the issues are.
Setbacks?
No, that ain't the only issue.
That's the biggest one with me.
We got a cap we want to put on it. We want to change the shrubbery on it. We talked about all that. We want to have a third-party environmentalist be hired by the county, paid for by the solar people. No, that's not the only thing.
All right,
I can name you 2 or 3 more.
Well, before I started, okay.
Agro voltage, we wanted to discuss that. We wanted to lessen the restrictions for that.
Okay.
You damn right it's a whole lot to do with it.
Okay, well then, I'd like for y'all to, if each one of y'all would send me something in writing, instead of we just trying to piecemeal together.
We can have it in a work session, and we can all present it amongst everybody together.
But he wants to have it.
I wanted to have.
Oh, he want to have it
together,
before.
So we can
look at it. And
Oh,
everybody
okay.
can,
I'll happily
otherwise, we
email you
don't
something.
accomplish anything. We get there, we look at new stuff, and then.
Okay, so
We ain't accomplished nothing.
right. All right. Well, anyway, so if you would email that to us, and then we will start getting information together and see, and I guess tackle one section at a time. And anyway.
I think the thing is, and I understand Mr. Toast's passion here, everything keeps changing. Every month, it's something new, So it's gonna keep revolving, but we gotta add these things.
Are we ain't doing closing statements, right? We ain't got that far yet.
No, sir.
I'm gonna save my little bit for them.
No. Okay, but anyway, all right, I'm just trying to get the policy in there, so, and I'm here.
I'll happily send you some
Okay.
suggestions.
But-
And my intention is too, Steve, is to go around and talk to each board member individually, just like I told every one of them I'd do.
Right.
And then see if we can't all come up with a plan that we can all agree on.
Right.
Rather than just throw something out there to
What
get
I'm
it on
getting
the
at,
book.
Bo, I don't want to have 15 other things on the agenda tonight. I think we need to dedicate that time for solar. You know what I mean? I mean, because
That's fine.
when you sit there and see 20 things on you'll never get it done, y'all. I mean, I'm trying to.
Well,
make
you ain't done it since 2017.
Well, if y'all are fine with this, let's just anchor this down then. How about we just commit to the January work session being about solar?
Okay. I mean,
Y'all
I
wanna
would
do
like,
that?
I'm okay with that if y'all okay with it.
And that's 1 week before the regular board meeting?
Yes, sir.
Does that give enough time to advertise the amendments may be made? Then I'm gonna be backing up on the word of me doing it in January then. So why don't we advertise it and get it enough to do, well, y'all do what you wanna do, you're gonna do it anyhow. It don't make no difference to me.
Well, you can't advertise anything without the changes.
You gotta be able to present
You gotta
those
advertise
changes.
your
Well, so we're gonna have the changes presented to him prior to the work session, correct?
No. We have to have it presented in a advertisement to the public.
I realize that.
But you gotta
What the
advertise 2
changes are
weeks.
gonna be.
Right, but you gotta do it 2
Well,
weeks.
what's-
So
Let me-
can
let
you
me
not
back-
advertise it the first week in January and we have a board, work session meeting the second week with a board meeting on the third?
No, because we won't have been in a work session and settled down on what we want to change.
Then why are you requesting the suggested changes prior to the work session meeting then?
Well, because what I'm
So I can
what I'm
read what
getting
you want
at
to
is,
change, and then you and I can
you
argue
might
about
wanna
what we're gonna
change,
change.
Why don't we
at
do
the
that
work
at the
session.
work session?
But then you don't have enough time between then and the next meeting.
He's saying you ain't got enough time to advertise it
all
anyway.
right, well, let me back up.
We're going to argue at the work session about what we're doing.
Well, let me back up. Well, let's say, because you can't advertise, I'm just using the setbacks for example. Let's say you want 200 feet setback, but John says, no, I say 350, he says 400. We got to go in that work session, somebody got to come up with a number.
Right, and that's what we're going in the work session for.
All right, then once you get that number, then you advertise. See, I can't advertise before the work session, because y'all ain't come up with it
And you
yet.
have to do it 2 weeks in a row.
So each amendment that you make to it, you're not gonna have, you cannot include 2 or 3 amendments. You gotta specifically amend each one.
No, I don't believe so. I think you can do them, I think you
That's
can do
where
them
it
all.
goes into all the extra paperwork and legal stuff that I was talking about.
Can you just mention setbacks, or do you have to have a number in front of it?
First thing I'd like to say is, how about including staff in that discussion?
That'd be fine.
That'd be great.
Are you staff? Then
Apparently
we'll
not.
include you in that.
You talking about in the work session?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
No, because all this has been going on, not once has anybody asked me what I thought about this. Not once.
But you usually at all of our work sessions, correct?
Oh, I am, but I
Okay.
don't get heard. I tell you a lot of things, but no one's listening. So I got, if y'all, and to preserve my job, I'm simply asking y'all,
He's hot,
let
watching.
me talk, you know?
Sure.
And listen.
Okay.
Hey, and Bo, to your point, you did not mislead by stating you wanted to have another public hearing in January. You did not mislead. It is the sense of urgency you want to see and getting some sort of a final disposition on this thing yourself.
I've told a few citizens of the plans that every one of us had a phone conversation to pertaining to tonight. And they said, one of them that is, I'm not gonna say any more about it. Let's just have it in our work session. Steve, I will email you.
Yes, sir.
My proposed, and I'll also include each one of y'all, because I can email them too. I got the email.
Yeah,
address.
as long as they don't respond.
That's exactly right. Well, they can individually,
That's
because
right.
I'll email them individually. I don't do the group text message bullcrap. So that's what I'll do. And I'll copy you on the Steve.
Yes, sir. And I'll make sure Greg's in it loop.
And then we'll start this whole blubbery thing going.
Yeah, and it's really tricky doing our public notices because the General Assembly changed those last year. And we can only have it a certain day, a few days before the public hearing, and we can't have it more than a few days out of the public hearing. It's like 10 days, I think, and then a week or 5 days before the actual public hearing. It's a mess trying to interpret that. That's why we couldn't hold the public hearing in December, because for the January meeting, we'll have to advertise on the 27th. For the January 16th.
So it's roughly 7 days, 10 days.
Well, we have to do one public hearing and at least one major circulation paper, but we do two notices. But we have to do 2 weeks in a row.
Oh, I see. Gary, being specific, do you have to have the specific, or you just got to put the nature of? If you want to change the setbacks, you can put the nature of, correct? You don't have to be specific.
No,
if it's going down.
You got to be specific. If you're advertising what your proposal is for an ordinance, you've got to say what that proposal is. You can't advertise, we're thinking of modifying our ordinance. You got to advertise
Specifically what it is.
We are proposing that the ordinance be modified to state this. Come and comment on it.
So if we got several things, we got to put several things in there.
It can be in the same paragraph. It doesn't.
It could be, like, for example, you passed a solar ordinance tonight. That's an ordinance. You can make 5 changes to it and have it all in the same public hearing. Now, you might want to take up each of those issues individually, but it's one ordinance. You're proposing modifications to that ordinance. So you can lump it in together.
So we wouldn't have to specifically put those ordinances in there if we didn't adopt this ordinance tonight.
I'm confused.
If we did not adopt this ordinance tonight,
Right.
we was not making any amendments to it. We was writing a new ordinance. We could advertise for that and do so, and it would have covered it all in one.
Correct.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so, Mr. Chairman, somebody said.
We had that. All right.
Mr. Chairman, somebody wants to speak.
Yep, Mr. Outlaw?
Before you conclude tonight, I'd like about 30 seconds of your time.
Okay.
You want to give it to him now? He might be ready to go home.
Yeah.
I can stay.
But anyway, so I'm January meeting, and then Mr. Toth, you gonna send me something? And
Yes, sir.
y'all
I think
send
we
me
all
something?
should send you something.
All send me something,
Yes.
right, yeah.
All right. All right, the school resource officer grant.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend it, and I don't know if we need a vote on that or not, just consensus. They need to know something what we're gonna do with that. You see in your package what it's gonna cost, and we got about another vehicle. You know, the school has helped with the other resource officers, but they're not willing right now to help. If you want to, Michelle Graham and the Sheriff's Department just needs to know, do you want to move forward or just say no this year?
Each school has a school resource officer, and I understand that sometimes they take vacation or somebody has an illness. I'm not willing to support an extra school resource officer right now. We do have deputies that can come by a school where somebody's absent.
Just wanted people making sure they're aware. Is everybody a consensus with that?
I am.
Okay.
Ms. Norton?
Yes.
I'm saying?
All right, so-
I'm not in favor of that. I mean, I'm not in favor of not giving that to them, no. I mean, I would say give it to them.
Okay.
But
Would it be, you want to put it up for a vote to make sure we got it recorded correctly?
either that or, depending on the time frame, you could take this up in a work session.
So are you telling me this grant that they're requesting, they got a grant award of $86,000?
Mm-hmm.
Our match is 23.
Plus a vehicle. Plus a vehicle.
Plus a vehicle.
Right.
That was not budgeted into this year. Is this?
No, it was not.
Is this going to be available next budget year?
No, we don't know. I guess they won't know that. They apply for it.
Because I hate not to give them what they need, but it wasn't budgeted in this year, and it's tight, so.
Is this for this budget cycle, Sheriff, or next year?
It's for next year.
Next year, that's what I thought.
Well,
Okay.
we wanted it in this budget cycle.
No, they want it in this one.
Yeah, we wanted it in this, that was one of the things
Let me ask you this. Can we get this to the next budget, potentially?
In other words, I guess, can they reapply, right, Sheriff?
I just hate to see us, Mr. Chairman, give up 63,000 free money that they could use for us to match 23,000
Plus a car.
plus car, but.
But
can we
it's
find-
You can match yourself into the poorhouse.
But it's 23,000
Seem like I've
now.
heard that.
It's 23,000 now, but next year you may have to pay the whole 64, right?
True.
Okay, so
So you're
just,
setting yourself up for
Just like-
reoccurring costs.
that's right,
So,
that's right.
okay.
And they do have one, I mean, the sheriff is managing that pretty well. I just think it's, the numbers we're dealing with right now, I'm not sure if you want to do that.
Yeah, we can't set ourselves up for reoccurring costs.
Sheriff, I guess, are y'all leasing vehicles at all? Would that save any money?
Don't think so.
Because you got to retrofit them.
So, all right, so I do have, I'm playing guinea pig with somebody here. Social Services are getting 3 vehicles, they're paying for it, and we're renting them. If that works out, I am bringing Enterprise to a work session in the early part of the year. I asked the question, do y'all do police cars? They said, most indeed we do. But I haven't.
How often does the SRO need
I
that
haven't
police
read-
car? Or is it, he just drive it there? So does it need the whole, can it be a plain car with a bubble? It doesn't need the light bars and cage and,
But he said they do.
but do they? So they need a fully outfitted patrol car?
They said they do it all the time. You have to ask them.
I'd like to know.
They said it shows at a work session.
The school system's already leasing vehicles, or looking at leasing.
Enterprise told me they've been doing counties all along, police officers. I said, you sure they got, he goes, that's no problem.
Trust but verify.
I know.
Show me the data.
I thank goodness for Shannon Reed, who's using her budget to do it. But basically, she's gonna get 3 vehicles, and it's not gonna cost any more than a little bit over $15,000 a year.
But Sheriff, just for clarification
And then they
as well,
replace them.
you guys, your resource officers are covering 180 days of school. But you also use your resource officers when they are not in school to cover road deputies, standard road deputies' time.
Vacations, it helps a lot on
sickness.
vacations, and yes,
So-
sickness days
so-
off.
That's good, yep, good information.
So they're not just being used 180 days of the year, they're being used. I already knew the answer to that, but I wanted the people to understand.
That'll save somebody from asking, can you let them use the personal car and give them mileage? Because I know that question would come about.
Yeah.
If they're only doing school, if they use their personal vehicle and you give them mileage to get to the job, to the school, would that be permissible? And I think to answer that question, they don't have any of their equipment, that's exactly right. And at least they're available to stop at an accident and help somebody
Exactly.
on the way to or from.
Something major.
Right, but I knew I'd get asked that question because I already have been.
Right.
Because if somebody seen a deputy at a store without a uniform on, and he was coming to or going from the school,
Okay.
he didn't have a full uniform on, put it that way.
But SROs don't wear.
They don't, that's what I told the person that told me, the girl worked in the store.
Okay.
Sheriff, is there, if, I just, this is a put on the spot question, sir, I'm sorry. Do you feel this not being implemented is a detriment to the safety of our students and the citizens of Nottoway County?
We're working with what we have. We're doing a good job. It would definitely be better, but we're working with what we have.
I don't like ignoring the sheriff's request, but, I mean, I think everybody, even the citizens, appreciates the fiscal responsibility and the concern here.
So let me back up just so we're clear though. This request did not come in at budget time at the beginning of the fiscal year. This request came in after the budget was approved and they looked and the grant came available, which they didn't know, right, Sheriff?
Well, I'm sitting here trying to get the exact timeline. We worked on that budget. We applied for it, and I believe you're correct. It did come in after the budget.
In my budget notes, it won't there, but I
it
might be
wasn't
wrong,
there.
but anyway.
It wasn't.
So I
didn't know
just
if
want
this was
I just
something
want to
that was
clarify that.
withdrawn from the,
Right,
from your
right.
request.
In other words, the only thing we really cut was the, I can't think of what it, we cut that.
Match.
That,
The phone.
the phone thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, I told you I was 125,000, it's 200 and some thousand.
Yeah.
I think with my
Sound
notes.
about right.
I look back and look at the notes. But anyway, that I think we need to put back in the, look at putting in the budget.
Right.
But anyway.
And board members, you all know you've seen it yourselves again tonight. It's okay to agree to disagree and move forward and work towards things. So, if the board wishes to put a motion on the floor to deny this, we can do that. We can table it for a work session. We can ask the sheriff if he's comfortable until July 1, where we can see if we can work this into the next budget. We have some options here.
Well, I'd like to probably table it and let's see where we get with it.
That's
But
what I was
again,
gonna ask. How long do you have to,
well, we've got this current year, the grant. I mean, we can use the grant.
so you got it until June the 30th?
Exactly.
Well, let's table it till we get into the budget then.
There you go.
Okay. So we're not
Don't throw
denying
it
it.
away, yeah, don't
You
throw it
said
away.
yes in the
Yeah,
budget
well,
meeting.
it's not going away, and we're not tossing it away, so.
See, and that's the whole
That's,
thing.
uh,
I
that's a-
think
that's a
it'd be
win.
hard to do.
All right, we can do that.
All right,
I
thank
think
you,
it
Sheriff, I
would be.
appreciate it. Thank you, board members. All right, I believe that was it on that one, Mr. Bowen?
Yes.
The ARPA funds from steps.
Mr. Chairman, that's the, you see it in your package, I-5, that's for the homeless shelter. So I need a motion to approve $75,000 coming from the ARPA funds to our participation, as I think it's all the counties that's involved in steps.
All right.
I think it's 6 or 7 counties.
All right, board members, y'all
What's the
heard.
process, what's the progress on that facility?
She said that, I can't remember what she told me, she said that they're gonna start building here very soon. The land has been turned over, somebody done it, so anyway. She says, what have you seen in the paper is not true. That's all she told me.
What have you seen in the paper? Not true.
Yeah, and Prince Edward Lunenburg has already sent that check,
For 75?
75,000, yep.
How's our opera fund looking on? We just made a big payment now.
After this, we did the $10,000 for the burn building, I call it. We got 49,000 something left.
After you take this out?
Yes, sir.
I believe just so y'all know, Mr. Bourne and myself, while he was the chairman last year, met with Sharon Harrop about this item and spoke at length about it. And the previous board.
We agreed to earmark it. But we didn't agree to
Correct.
pay it. So you still had to, but she did come to the budget committee and.
I remember
Anyway,
that.
you said that you were still honored the 75.
So you're looking for a motion?
I need a motion for you all to give me the authority to write a check from out of ARPA funds to steps and earmarked as for the homeless shelter.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, new business, I'm sorry, was there something else on?
No, I'm just following you, I'm sorry.
All right, the courthouse committee appointment. Before I forget, I made myself a note on this here to mention to you guys that whomever may be appointed on this, if we go that route, I want to consider something and, the sheriff stepped out. It's something I was alluding to when Ms. Watchers was up here. Hey, Sheriff, you're going to love this one. Hang on. All right. That I was alluding to when Ms. Watchers was up here. Okay, so the judges, as I understand it, and I could be wrong, that's happened once or twice, so I could be wrong. All right, so the judges are appointed somehow through the state. Okay, one of the things I learned very early in life, not political, was follow the money. Okay, the state wants to make sure there's a building where they can put people to take money and support the state. That's called a courthouse. Okay? That being said, we're going to try to find a way to get some of the money back from the state. So, Sheriff, one thing I was going to ask them tonight, if we institute a courthouse committee, one of the things that I think the committee may want to take on is getting with you, seeing if we can write, the county would have to adopt the ordinances and stuff. So any particular offense out there could be written on the county code, so that the county can start getting those fines, not giving it away to the state, therefore creating another revenue stream to pay for the courthouse.
Sounds good.
I think you said Burkeville does it already.
Burkeville does, I believe Crew and Blackstone does it.
But the issue was with that, we were doing that years ago. And I think the county passed the ordinance, and what happened was, a ticket was wrote for the ordinance. The guy came to court, he had to be provided a lawyer, the county ended up paying for the lawyer. And by the time he was convicted and had to pay the fine and all that stuff, the county ended up paying more money for the lawyer and everything else than what they got in the fine.
Right.
Previous sheriff and the previous county administrator decided that that was not a good thing to do.
If we're wasn't gonna take that risk.
Yeah.
So, and the only reason why I say this, and it's, of course, this would be something that this board would have to really sink its teeth into and look, because revenue generating is clearly top is triage in the county right now. So the state's making a pile of money off of it. So I think there's money to be made. I think it's worth a look in.
Well, my guys write up the state codes under state already.
Right.
And I don't know how that works. I think some of that does return to us. I'm not sure, but if you write it under county code, we're responsible for the attorney fees and anything of that nature.
Right.
The county is responsible for it.
Do you feel it's at least at this day and time, since it's been a while, at least worth a look into to see if there's any possibility for revenue?
We can look into it.
Okay.
We can look into
If
it.
Burkeville and Blackstone and Crew are already doing it, then there's
Yeah.
data, local data available.
Right.
Are you guys making money or losing money?
Yeah. You might need that extra deputy.
All right, well, it's something to look forward to.
Make it a big fine, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds good.
It sounds good.
But as the sheriff says, if we've got to pay for the court-appointed attorney, everybody knows how much court-appointed attorney fees
They are limited to about $700, aren't they?
It depends on the charge, it depends on how many charges, it depends on district court or circuit court, and it depends on whether or not the judge gives a fee cap waiver.
And if they lose, they still owe the money back that the attorney would.
No, they don't. That's the issue.
If we win,
Right.
they have to pay it.
They have to pay.
If they win, they do not.
If they win, they do not, but if we win, they do.
But who's
Correct.
responsible for following the collection of the
A
fees?
judgment, and that ain't worth the paper it's wrote on.
No.
And that's kind of where we got to where we got.
Yeah, it would, obviously, I believe it would funnel through the the clerk of the court, and then they would funnel back through the treasurer.
It would have to drip down to a penalty other than a judgment, like a driver's license but at that point, they probably already lost them.
So, and the whole reason.
Can't do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But they can revoke them for not paying taxes? No, that's decals on your vehicle. That's right. That's decals on your vehicle.
All right, Bo. All right. Okay. All right, yeah, thank you, Sheriff, I appreciate that. So, yeah, that board members, I know it's on the new business, but I just want to consider that that cold courthouse committee could be more than just infrastructure, engineer, or any type of recommendation. It's also, if there's an opportunity for us to discover revenue, grants, anything like that, the committee would be going head on in that. So with that, I yield.
Last year, we had Capital Improvement Committee Courthouse Complex. That was Chairman Rourke, Vice Chairman Collins. And we had Ordinance Committee, Commendation Committee, Economic Development Committee. So I think this is the first meeting in January that we go ahead and assign everybody.
I think we're planning to organize the board
January 6th.
January 6th at noon. And so we can have that discussion after we get it organized. If y'all,
Yeah.
but going back, you might want to start talking amongst yourselves, who can do what, and that type of thing.
And then if you want the incoming chair to establish any new committees, because you always have the ad hoc ability.
Is it the 6th or the 7th?
I thought
It was the 7th,
Thought it was
because
the
John's,
7th also.
All right.
7th be on a Tuesday.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's the 7th.
See, I've been wrong 3 times.
I'm
now.
sorry, it's at 7 it's the January 7th at 12 o'clock.
My feeling,
General District Court, right here.
Ms. Norton and I spoke about this, or maybe it might have been Mr. Toth. We've all got a year in on our respective committees. I would think everybody stay for a second year, now that you understand it and you acknowledge, And then maybe next year we would switch to get a new set of eyes on like the jail. So I think you've got, Steps has a scheduling problem.
Yeah, they don't, we do it. They say we do. Most of their meetings on Thursdays at ours don't. So my question I asked them, and I haven't gotten an answer back, can a citizen represent Nottoway County on their board?
Well, can a second citizen, because
I think we're required to appoint one, aren't we?
I don't think on Steps, I don't think you are.
Because they serve our county, I believe we're required to have a.
Can it be a citizen?
No, I believe it's a board member. Board member.
So how can we do that?
In
if
their
there are
bylaws or
meetings
in
on
our-
Board meeting night.
Well, if they choose to hold that, our responsibility first here is to the citizens of this county at this meeting.
That's the reason I come to the board meeting.
Well, I mean,
I'm
I'm
it's
always.
6 o'clock, ours at 7 o'clock. You can't be effective up there
Hey,
at 6 and 7
Steve,
here.
can you just write the note down to talk to Sharon about, does it have to be a board member and what their schedule coming up?
Yeah.
Just so we know that for January 7th.
Yes, sir.
All right, real quick, because I know we're getting close here. Mr. Allen, you had something, I'm gonna step in, we said we'd let it speak. You had something, sir?
We, the people of Nottoway County, put 5 of the 6 of you in those seats up there. We, the people of Nottoway County, pay the tab in Nottoway County. And we, the people, this evening, were limited to 90 seconds each to speak on a subject of great importance. While I watched some of your committee reports, and I realize, because I'm on a board, and I realize that discussion is necessary. But I've watched committee reports, and the people presenting those reports don't appear to be organized in their thoughts, and they take far longer than 90 seconds, or 90 seconds. I kept track. And in closing, I don't know when the last time you have read the documents you swore to uphold and defend, and those documents are the Constitutions of the United States of America and the Commonwealth of Virginia. And if you haven't read them recently, I suggest you do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Atwell. J2.
No, I was just letting him have his moment.
Moving
So,
on, new business.
all right, subdivision approval.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll get Greg to lead this, but anyway, we're hoping to get this approved tonight. And this has been reviewed too by the Elders firm.
Yeah, I created plats for you for, well, what iPhone can do on early morning. This is a site on Lewiston Plank Road. Lewiston Plank Road is in District 3 on the east side of Lewiston Plank Road.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome to. And this is something I brought up to you on the work session. I believe it was back in September. This site is zoned C1, and the applicant and I had a discussion, and involved the surveyor as well, and we agreed that the best course of action was to create a 6-lot subdivision. This plat that you're looking at, I'm not sure who I did.
That's okay, that's all right.
There's shared access on the northern lots. Lots 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's shared access, an easement, 50-foot easement going down to Lewiston Plank Road. There's also reserved and primary septic fields as required by the Virginia Department of Health. In sum, this is essentially, it's a completed final plat for you all. Because there was, just really quickly, there's a proposal back for legislation in, I believe it's 2012, 2013. It's, localities may provide for submission of preliminary subdivision plats and how long we file it. That's 15.2-2260. So basically, what this says in half a paragraph, any subdivision less than 50 acres, it's an option to submit a preliminary plat, period. Okay? So that's why you're getting a final plat. That's why this was not taken to the planning commission. Primarily, this, what we're doing is ministerial action because our subdivision ordinance is so out of date. I'll be real honest. It's not good enough.
This is on Lewiston Plank Road.
Yes, sir.
How many acres are required over there for a dwelling?
2 acres, sir.
2 acres, okay.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking it could be 2 or 2.5, I couldn't remember.
And all I'm seeking is approval from the board.
All right, board, what's your pleasure?
Can I ask a question
Yes,
first?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Zodi, I don't travel that way very often, but I have seen some new dwellings out there. Is that the same, are these houses already built?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, they are.
The ones that are outlined, there's, I believe, four or five that are being built. I just signed off on 2 COs.
This thing one?
And here's the thing, is this is in line with our comprehensive plan that the board adopted in the planning commission.
And Mr.
Sharing access.
I know it's in
Is that what the whole
line,
question is?
but my question,
The sharing access?
No, there's not I just wanted to bring out one of the highlights, so there is a 50-foot access that lots can share.
I understand that, but the houses I've seen are already existing. This
Yes,
looks like
those
it's
are not
after
part
the
of it.
fact.
Those are,
Those
here,
are, yeah, they actually
You
down
want,
here.
these are additional new.
these
new
are,
properties.
these are existing lots of
Okay.
record, and what we're talking about are these lots over here.
And they go in here to get access.
Okay.
Yeah. And I ran this by Ms. Hawley. Ms. Hawley's very thorough in her review, I will say that, and also Paul Hanson reviewed on. And
So
both signed off on
they
it.
met the setbacks of not having road frontage?
No, they meet the setbacks, but you have the easement going here, so this is.
So this is a 2.476,
Right,
and this is gonna be a dwelling.
yes,
And then this right here it's gonna be accessed by this lot 4 here to get to this.
right through here.
Okay, but,
Outside of that lot line.
so what's the required road frontage that this lot here is supposed to
If there's
have?
no road frontage, they have to use a 50-foot access easement.
So you don't have to have road frontage to have.
Right away.
No,
It's a flag lot.
yeah.
Yes.
Flag.
And why
Who
didn't
done
this
the
go
survey
by the
where?
planning commission?
Mr. Lavelle.
I can't see it.
Say it again?
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever met him.
Why
I
did this
I met him
not
one
go by
time.
the
I'm gonna
planning
ask him. I
commission?
Really
don't-
nice
I
fella.
don't know.
I don't know that I was.
Greg, how come this didn't go by the planning commission?
Because it's not.
It didn't need
required.
to. It comes straight to us.
Okay.
It's not required in our ordinance.
So this is looking at 10 lots, 10 houses,
Yeah, but for this particular matter, we're looking at 6
12.
lots.
Board members, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Elderly, y'all looked at this too, I think, do I understand it? And so we get legal advice to make sure we don't, because be careful with this.
Trust but verify.
And it looks,
It meets our,
copacetic.
It looks like it meets the requirements.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to accept this.
I'll second.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
If I may take a minute, to pay the time, so, that, what are you doing? If you can sign off on these real quick, so we can move along.
Mr. Elder, is this legal? He's here, I'm gonna ask him.
Always consult your attorney, John.
Today's the 19th.
19th, yep.
Yeah, I know why you did.
There you go, sir.
Oh, you sign all three?
Oh, no, I signed just one. I press hard, 5 copies.
You heard that from the trooper, didn't you?
I sure did. Back when I was about 18.
That was Mervyn Iver's favorite word, press hard, there's 5 copies.
All right, moving on, number 3.
I think that's why they're waiting, this has been
There you
holding up
go.
a project.
All right, the Prince Edward,
Thank you, sir.
yes, sir, Prince Edward boundary line.
All right, Mr. Chairman, this, if you look in your package at J3, let me flip mine over myself. Our attorney, Prince Edward's attorney got in touch with Mr. Elder. The Prince Edward had done a resolution, and Mr. Elder thought it would be good business for us to do the same type of resolution. Maybe similar to that. Gary, help me out here.
That's right. Prince Edward at their December board meeting voted on basically what you all are reviewing tonight. It's a resolution that just basically says that the Board of Supervisors has reviewed and approves the plat was prepared by Hurt and Profit, paid for by Prince Edward, and basically the goal of Prince Edward, they're the ones who've been contacting me more so than Nottoway, but I think they'd like to try to get the plat on record by the end of the year in both counties, and I think they want to do that so that the commissioners of revenue in each county can figure out who's supposed to be getting tax bills where.
Does Steve still live in Prince Edward?
I sure do.
That's a question for Steve.
But they, actually, according to Christy Hudson, we gained some land.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Not Prince Edward.
Yeah.
And
And so-
I think I
and-
heard the figure of 24 years to recoup the money of paying the survey and the legal work, just for what that gain was.
and the
or
bound-
loss.
and-
Or
Well,
actually
for
loss.
what it's worth, it's been very little legal work on my end.
Oh, really?
We just looked at the survey.
Survey's been a lot of work, though, I'm sure.
I'm sure the survey was
Do we
very
need to take any action? It says after the plat is recorded, we plan to reach out to Nottoway County to discuss and hold a joint hearing for citizens.
Yeah, they
This
got to
is
do
just
a public
information-
hearing on this.
this
We
is
do
just
to accept the
informational.
boundary line
That's
adjustment, right?
fair, that's very fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's gonna be a lot of future coordination. I mean, Commissioner of Revenue, EMS issues, I mean, it's gonna, along that boundary line, it's gonna be.
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
And it's, I mean, I'll have to say, I don't do much that I consider really interesting. This has been kinda interesting. If you look, we go back to 1775 Acts of Assembly, and it basically says that the line starts at a point on the, I believe it was the Appomattox River, and comes down to a point on the Nottoway River. And evidently, I mean, I guess y'all know better than me, you've been dealing with this for a while, but they just never surveyed it. And, so
Yep,
this
starts at the old oak stump.
I tell you what, it's
16 inches.
it's not far from that.
Right.
And it's kind of interesting. I don't delve back into documents that old very often. We've looked at a few.
Okay. All right, so as we've all heard, but wait a minute.
And there's no commitment, I understand, for costs with the Hurt and Profit. In other words, that we're not saying, hey, we're gonna help pay.
No, they paid for it, they paid, if I remember correctly, they paid for it exclusively.
Yeah, and they said they would send us a bill, but I ain't got one yet.
That's right.
They said they was gonna send us a bill.
They ain't sending it, but it ain't gonna get paid.
I thought no, they said they was gonna pay for it.
No, I was in a room where the chairman, not Doug Stanley, the chairman and the vice chairman said, send Nottoway a bill. I said, okay, you send it all you want to.
But we ain't paying.
So, anyway.
But wait a minute.
They the ones who wanted to get it
Wait a
done,
minute.
right?
Right.
Do we need any action if they plan on putting this in place by January 1?
No, it says, so they're gonna record it.
Yeah, they can record
It's
it.
their survey, they can record it.
Gotcha.
And
Well,
then
but
they're
it
gonna, hold a joint public meeting.
But it needs to be recorded in both counties.
That's what I was talking about.
And so
Okay.
essentially, yeah, so by, if the board elects, I mean, it's up to y'all. If you've got the resolution, if you elect to approve the resolution, then what it would do is it would give us the authority to go ahead and get it on record.
Have you seen the plat?
Yeah.
See, I have not.
I don't see a resolution.
I don't see a
don't-
resolution
We need
either.
one.
Oh, I thought that was J3B. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. A little again. J3. That's not.
This just tells us that the survey's there and.
Certification of adoption of resolution. I don't-
They've got their language in here, I can copy their language.
I think they had, I'm not sure they even had a resolution. I think they had meeting minutes.
They made a motion.
Yeah, I think they
Chair
just have.
Cooper Jones made a motion, seconded by Supervisor Emmerich, to accept the boundary survey
Yeah.
by Hurt and Profit, dated May 10th, 2024, and authorize the chairman of the board to sign it and record it.
It says here J3B. I'm sorry. Andrew put a sticker on notice. The Board of Supervisors will have this motion on their seat. Can y'all check your package? Can you check? I'm sorry.
We prepared a resolution.
That's right.
We have it on.
I don't see it.
Because I'm looking at it in my package and it says, that's why I can't figure it out.
What is it, J3B?
J3B.
Yeah.
It's in our packet.
Oh, here it is, it's separate.
Right.
Oh, it's up front.
Vicki, to answer your question, I have looked at the plat.
There it is.
That's it.
I mean, I can't, I don't have any, knowledge of whether it is
4 acres.
perfectly done.
Oh,
I
this
mean,
is something different I got.
I look at it and say, well, that's where they say the line is.
Yeah, Gary, basically, you just use their resolution and put our verbiage in, is what you did, but anyway.
That's basically, I mimicked what they did so that both counties will be on the same page.
That's right.
Yeah, this ain't the same thing.
We got
We
two
didn't get a
different-
chance to put it in the package that quick.
Actually, we've got two here we gotta do. Looks like one was for the bowling alley again.
Well, that's a different thing.
Yeah, that's a different one.
That's a
Look at
different
another
issue.
page. There's the one you talking about.
Yeah, but that one stayed together, I ain't got that.
Yeah, this one, see, you got that? There it is.
Okay.
That was under your agenda, so it started with the agenda and went down to the B, that's completely different, that's got an architect. That was what I made up.
All right, so what do we need to do here?
Do we need to read the resolution?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you want me to read that resolution?
Either that or you just approve it as presented to you.
Present it, you can read it, what do you think, Gary?
I don't think there's any requirement that it be read. I think you can,
As presented.
you can just approve it or you can not approve it. That's up to
Okay.
y'all.
There it is. I got it.
I move to approve the resolution, making a motion for it for J3 pertaining to the survey work that was done on the Prince Edward Nottoway County line by Profit and Hurt.
J3B, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make that second.
All right. Any other discussion? Hear none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? There you go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last one is the CDS committee. I got to get a committee, it's called the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee, and I sure would like help from the board, help finding someone to be on this committee. I did talk to, I'd like to get somebody, if you look at the requirement of it, I don't know if they put that in the package, J4, I think it is in here. If you look at it, it says at least 3, one county representative, one representative from the top employment sector, and one representative that's either a business owner or nonprofit group. So we need 3 people to participate in this Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee, which is from the CRC. Phil Miskovic is willing to, seemed like he was willing to participate. I think that's really up his wheelhouse, and I really need somebody, and that could be a good county rep, and then we could, a top employment sector, and then one representative from a business owner. So I need some help with that.
What's the
I'd like to get on all sides of the county. It was done, it was due yesterday.
No, I mean, when are the meetings normally?
They ain't got that far yet.
Is it gonna be a monthly or quarterly?
I expect it's gonna be quarterly.
If it's on a Tuesday?
And I believe it's gonna be one of those things, once you get a strategic plan, it's gonna disappear. In other words, they're just gonna get you the plan, then it's over with, and then it goes to the CRC. Anyway.
Where are they asking to host the meetings at?
I don't, probably the CRC, which is in Keysville.
All right,
I think
Yeah, you're a business owner, aren't you?
it talks about a chamber downtown partnership. The only one we have is DBI. And top employment sector should not be a state agency.
No, it should be.
So Southside Electric, that's one of the largest ones. And that's in Carew.
But if y'all can help me maybe in the next month, and I'll tell them we're trying to find somebody.
Okay.
Anyway.
We'll do that. Keep that on unfinished business.
Mr. Chairman, we're on the 3-hour mark.
Yes, sir, I was getting ready to poll the board. Do y'all need a recess right now? And, well, first of all, let's do it like this. Do y'all wish to continue, Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Ingram?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Norton?
Yes.
And I myself would. Okay, so we have a consensus. Do y'all need a break real quick, restroom break or anything, or?
How much, what else we got left here?
We getting into short roads.
Yeah,
We're
why
getting
don't we
quotes
just go and
and, I guess we still have to determine whether or not we're going into closed session.
I'd like a short recess.
Okay.
I
We're going to go into recess for
Bobby.
5 minutes.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, folks in the attendance at home, we are back in session. The consent agenda items, wait a minute, there's nothing on it, never mind. Okay. Correspondence, information, y'all have all of that information in your package. Was there anything you need to touch on that?
I think it is, I think you do got approved that consent item.
I'm sorry.
It's in the package, I'm sorry,
All
Mr.
right. I took a break and I lost my train of thought.
I understand. If somebody can approve that.
Yeah, I do need a motion to approve the items for the November expenditures on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any disapproved? All right. And again, moving on to correspondence, items are in your package. If there's no comments or otherwise on that,
For 3, there's mentions an appointment. Is there?
Yeah, that's already been done. Just for your information, that's, Mr. T.J. Oliver is on the electoral board.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, good.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, that was appointed by the judge.
Okay. All right. County Administrator's report.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, before I go starting my report, I would like to ask the board, and I apologize, I needed to amend, I should amend, I was hoping not to go in closed session, but it seemed like we got to for some litigation. I would like to add on on the closed session to sell a property. So would you do a motion, I'm asking for a motion to approve to amend the agenda again for sell a property.
And just for public clarification, even though this was not amended at the beginning of the meeting, we can still amend this prior to going into closed session, correct? Okay. All right, do we have that code section for,
I think it's in front of y'all somewhere. Somebody has it with anything. Andrew, who? What? Okay. Well, while you're doing it, Mr. Chairman, I'll do my report.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, you got to approve the amend the agenda.
all right, so board members, I need a motion to approve the agenda
I'll make a motion to amend the agenda to include the sale of real estate in the closed session.
to add that to that. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any disapproved? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, going back to my report then, a couple, you got something else on on the side there that that was put in your seat. I need, Gary thinking would be very helpful that you got to give me the authority to sign some of these property transfers. Gary, is that correct?
And let me explain, so y'all, and this is something we probably need to do in the future, y'all are approving the sale, but we also need to approve somebody to sign the sale documents.
Okay.
And so the one that's being sold to Trumbetta right now, we're kind of ready to close on that if we can get something authorizing Steve to sign off on it.
Right, and then we got to go back for the bowling alley as well.
Yes, I went ahead and just did one for the
Yeah,
bowling alley,
right.
just so you'd have that too.
So that, if you look in front of you, I need a motion for y'all to approve these certification adoption resolution for giving me the authority to sign.
I'll make a motion to approve these 2 documents for the sale of 4 acres and the sale of parcel with 4.48 acres. Give authority to the administrator to sign on the behalf of Nottoway County.
I'll second that.
All right, gentlemen, for clarification, you said 2. It's
For both of them, that's for the
Yes.
bowling alley and the
House.
Reservation Road.
reservation road, okay.
Yeah, because that second one, I know you said the 4.4 acres, the other one was 4.4 acres, okay.
We're planning to close that up tomorrow, hopefully.
Yes, okay,
The parcel 51-94 and parcel 43-13.
yes, sir, okay. And your second stand, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, got
All
that
right.
taken care of.
All right, that's clean up, I needed that one. Yeah, you go ahead and sign, yeah, and then
Go
I'll
ahead.
sign. And I'll keep on my, if I would, on
Yes,
my
sir.
report.
Go ahead.
The Bright System, we had it moved to our building. That's our financial system, and we put it inside we put it up on the second floor, this past, so it would be on the generator. Just want y'all to know, so it's no longer in the treasurer's office, and knowing that they're also gonna be moving out, pretty soon. Leanne Waltress and I had a conversation. We're looking at possibly, and this is something I'm gonna talk about to the budget committee, is looking a little bit more about shared services, and that's another way to save money. In other words, like the victim witness program, could we share that person with another county? The treasurer and I have had the same conversation, possibly, as you know, that I'm utilizing Logan Presley as my financial manager, but I don't have anybody dedicated completely to accounts payable. Do I need a full-time position? I don't, you know, you pay bills all at one time. You know, every 2 weeks they start paying bills. However, I'm getting ready to have to set up a meeting with social services because they still say some of our payments are late. But anyway, the treasurer has another comp board position, and so I might look in to see what the cost would be if we shared that person. In other words, if he worked over at the treasurer's for 2 weeks and then came over and worked for me for 2 weeks. And
idea.
so I'm trying to figure out how to try to save money that
The
way.
Code of Virginia does allow that. Mr. Collins and I have been talking about that as well.
Phil Miskovich had reached out to us a while back, and he's had in his idea of just 3 towns and the county want to hire an IT person to go through all 3 disciplines. But we haven't got that far. But anyways, that's something we want to start taking a look at. It's okay. You saw Woodson Irby in here tonight. He come to me about trying to save money with instead of utilizing River Street. I think he's got the idea of using Starlink instead of River Street. I don't know, board members. I think we've gone so far with River Street. I don't know. I don't know if I can turn that horse around. And I don't think we can get out the contract. I think Gary kind of looked at that and.
Well, that's the answer. If the contract, if we can't get out of the contract, then.
Right. Anyway. But they did send something to me the other day, amending the contract that they are acceptable. They're accepted of saying, hey, this 50% of it done here, 60% is done, 80% is done. If you would give me the authority to sign that contract. In other words, they're making a commitment. I will have it done before 2026.
So they're giving us dates?
Yes. Yeah, well, they give us,
What we asked for was that we don't take a loss, we don't lose money.
That's right, and they're committed to that.
In writing?
That's in there.
Yeah, that's in the contract.
No financial law.
If y'all would give me permission to sign that amendment after Gary looks at it and reviews it.
I don't know if they're gonna have any customers.
Well,
Speed's coming down 49 to the Nottoway River. I saw them.
My wife's gonna buy Starlink, because it never showed up. So.
Look, my wife, who deals with his IT, she said this is something that should have been done 15, 20 years ago.
Yes, it would. Yes, sir.
Right, should have been. And now that everything's going court, but we in the contract, folks. And once you start committing and you're making payments, I think we looked at it. We'd have made over $300,000 in payments already. If I back off that, it's going to be kind of like it's going to be like the animal shelter thing. You know, you do all that and you go, "What did you do for? You didn't get anything out of it." Anyway,
good money behind bad.
But if y'all would, I would like to get a motion for me to sign that amendment contract, which is.
I'll make a motion for Steve the
Dr.
county
Gary.
administrator, to sign the amended contract with River Street, leading a timeline and the promise that this county will not lose money with River Street.
And I'd like to add to that motion that it's checked with our county attorney.
Right. Pending county attorney.
For legal review.
All right.
Yes.
You're adding that to your motion, Mr.
Yes.
Collins? Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
All right, but I would do appreciate it. Woodson Urban has done a lot of work trying to help us out on that. Last thing, and at least I'm going to ask Mr. We need to have the rules of procedures next year. I think it'd be a good idea to adopt the code of ethics. If y'all would, I'd like to ask Gary to start working on that. I don't expect him to have it done in January, but something that we can adopt throughout the year, if that's possible. I think that's what it's called when Gary got code ethics. If you've done
I
this,
think we all agreed on that last.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, so I think I had drafted one before, at least maybe given you a copy of one that the town of Farmville.
well, one thing that was not included in that, and VACO was starting to recommend this, and I didn't realize this was going on. And you told me today on the phone, the attendance.
Yeah.
Holding board members to attendance meetings. Put that in there because Hopewell or someone people don't show up to the meetings.
You don't have a quorum, you can't do business.
Right.
My understanding is it's a problem statewide where you've got meetings can't even get started because you don't have a quorum because people don't show up.
Right.
Not a problem here with this board.
No, y'all
Anxious to get here and get to work.
All right, that's it, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to win more discussion in closed session.
Okay.
My end.
All right, Mr. Collins, you got any comments, sir? We're gonna do, of course, we're doing our comments before we go into closed session.
I'd like to have a quick discussion. The judge has told us to make the courthouse secure. We've talked about a lot of different things, where we would do it, how we do it. For me, I want to do it with the most economic benefit to our citizens. I mean, whether that's at the current complex or somewhere else. That's the first goal I have. I'm not going to go spend millions of dollars when I could have, spent half of it doing something else. With that being said, I'd prefer that it remain at Nottoway Courthouse. The clerks are already there, and I believe if you got into, because the clerks will have to go with the courts. You just can't send the judge to wherever. The clerks have got to go with them. So that's new stores, new everything. So I believe that the most economic place is going to be at Nottoway Courthouse. I think maybe we could just do some courtrooms, whether they're off the back of our old ones, or if they're on that piece of ground we got between the church and the sheriff's office driveway. Do some courtrooms there. So then the next piece is the security. How do you secure that? So if you guys could think about that, is that a one entrance into like a courtyard to get into the complex? Is it just security on court day in the new courtrooms? How do we secure it and meet everything else that the judge wants to do? So, there's all kinds of things that people hear or say, and so I just want people to hear from my voice. I have not made a decision. I would prefer Nottoway Courthouse, but we're going to look at the economics of this situation and do the best that we can for our citizens. And that's all I'll say.
Ms. Ingram.
I would like to second what Mr. Collins just said. I really believe we got to have a courthouse at this place. Now, let's take a look at what we can do. We've got some ground here. We've got a little bit of ground across the road from that piece of ground that we own, where the old registrar's office used to be. So we've got some property here that we could use. If we can come up with a plan to satisfy the judges and have our security and our handicap accessible, that's what we got to do. And I mean, we don't have a choice on that. But I'm all for being the most economical we can be. And if that's, I don't want to go somewhere else. I think the courthouse needs to be here. But I guess we'll see when we get some money. We'll find out what the money is going to cost us.
Okay. Ms. Norton.
Switch gears. I attended the Community Meet and Occupational Technical Center at SVCC down at Fort Barfit. Very informative meeting with a lot of counties attending. They are, and you may know, you may not, that they are building a new building. They received a $2.7 million grant from the U.S. Department of Commerce EDA grant. And in that grant is going to be a $666,000 local match. But it's going to be distributed between all the partners of SVCC. So we're looking probably at $60,000 in the new budget. But that building is to grow the Powerline school, and they are also adding solar education students. With that, I connect the dots because it's all the state rolling down. They want to educate solar students. But he also noted that we have a declining high school graduate rate, that in our 10-county area we're losing population. So it's up to our boards to lure industry and regionally market where CDC comes in. But we are very blessed to have this facility. They're on top of things. Dr. Johnson was a wonderful speaker, and I just wanted you to know that we do have that coming down the pike.
Okay. All right, Mr. Toth.
Somebody gave me this tonight. I think it was all in cahoots by all four of my fellow board members, the way I feel.
I'm going to go on record. I had no knowledge of it whatsoever.
I thought it was good. It'll help drive my sugar up for the ride home. I enjoy working with y'all. I don't want y'all to think for 1 second that I'm upset with any four of y'all, but I will say this. I voted where my heart stood, and I saw the motion set on the floor, and I saw how long it took to get seconded. And we're speaking of the solar in case somebody didn't know. And I saw that y'all realized it took a good while, the repercussions of that with the extra advertising that we got and the amendments that we all five have discussed amongst ourselves and have full knowledge of it, that we can string it on out and take a long time and put it through the work sessions and adopt something that ain't gonna be close. But as a property owner myself, and each and every one of y'all, the more restrictive you are, the more communist you are. The more you need tax dollars and revenue in the county and tell people they cannot do this and they cannot do that, the more restrictive you are. I'm not for solar personally. It's 22% effective. But I'm for getting farm programs, as in farm service agency money, because the federal government gonna put it somewhere. They're gonna throw it somewhere. So if they're gonna throw it, I want my part. And as a property owner, I don't even have no land that's eligible to go under this solar. But just because one person wants something and another person don't want to see that person get something, there's no need of being persuaded and voted that way. You can do that sort of reminds me of the reason Satan was cast out of heaven as a kind of pride. And that's just my feeling on it. But as I said, I look forward to working with y'all on it. If y'all think I'm gonna be a yes man, you're completely wrong. Because I'm not. I've never been and I never will be.
Love you, man.
I love each and every one of y'all. I love my county.
I tell you,
I love the people that don't want solar. I love the people that do want solar.
Yeah, I think they need to stop bringing these items into political parties. That's where
Yeah, it ain't about a political party because I voted for Mark Warner. I voted for a Democrat. I didn't vote for Jim Gilmore. I did not vote for Jim Gilmore.
No, I'm talking about the separation out
of the political party. Oh, yeah. It's causing some division.
Yeah.
It's no doubt.
Yeah.
And many of the division is being caused is because they got land that it can't go on. Yeah. So it don't affect them at all.
All right.
And it's sort of like the nativity scene a little bit in Blackstone. Here a number of years ago, they got a letter from a Wisconsin-based rights. Yep. If you don't like the nativity scene at Sea Park, then don't go up there and look at it.
Simple.
If you don't like solar, adopt something that can go into it that will put the shrubbery in the infrastructure that you can't see it. Don't tell a man you can't put it on there. If you don't want a hog house in a rural area in the state of Virginia, then don't eat pork. That's all I got to say.
All right,
I enjoy working with y'all.
And we all love you, man. I think I can speak for the board on that. We all love you to death, man, and glad you're. But look, you got a long ways to go to catch up with the record. Hold on, 4-1, brother. You got a
on
long,
what? On what?
4-1.
Oh yeah, that don't bother me now.
All right.
But some of yours won't practical. No, I'm just playing.
All right. So anyway, Mr. Collins, to some of you and Mr. Ingram's concerns here, I think part of what we need to do, because we're going to have to do it anyway, is maybe we ought to move forward with getting a description for an engineer or architect to go forward with a RFP to hire, the best suited one. You got to do that at some point either way. We can at least begin to build that description.
I guess, we can start building that description.
That'll answer all the security issues you were talking about.
Is it a two-story with an elevator behind?
Right.
The old one?
Yeah.
Is it two, one stories, so we don't need the elevators then? Between the sheriff's driveway and the church. The less equipment you put in, the cheaper it is.
That's right.
For goodness sakes, let's don't put a basement in it.
All right. No, it'll be above ground.
That could be costly.
Yeah, it'll be above ground.
We're finding out about basements.
I guess, how do we?
A basement is the cheapest square foot you can put, I was told.
I know.
But how do we tell that person that we want a one-story, two-room courthouse?
Well, they need to give us some comparisons.
Combined courts and then, or with this back here, how do we decide?
Well, and I mean, granted, this is definitely a work session. It probably should be, if we got enough time in January, we probably want to throw this right there.
We have 90 days to come up with a plan?
Well, we're gonna talk about that. We don't know that. We gotta talk about that in closed session.
Right.
I don't know that yet, so.
All right. So,
But, I shared y'all some pictures. I did go to Buckingham. And the way Buckingham's set up is kind of like, it must be the way close, but we're not looking to do something like Dinwiddie, but Sheriff, it looks like the Sheriff's Department it's got a garage underneath where they bring the prisoners in and they go underneath there and then they shut that door and that's your sally port where the prisoner can't escape. I didn't notice that. And it looks like the whole Sheriff's Department is down there kind of under the whole courthouse. Yeah, and I think, Bo, you had been there a couple times, but
I had
it's pretty interesting how they did it, though. I just
It
wanted-
is.
Right.
Well-
But that's the kind of thing that the committee's got to do, John.
Oh, absolutely.
Look at stuff.
All right, and just kind of
It's above grade.
two things I want to finish up my comments here with. I know Mr. Outlaw was, and I hesitated to start the meeting because I understand he was upset. I mean, after he spoke, to let him air out, walk out. I didn't want to think we were ignoring him. I just wanted to give him his time to exit the room. But at the end of the day, we had all talked about this. Yes, we are all elected by the people that put us here. We had 4 items they could have come and spoke to. Add it up. 90 seconds times 4 is 5 minutes. Could you imagine giving people 5 minutes on 4 items to speak? So the other thing is, if we're wrong,
That's 2 stories.
yeah, I would say we apologize, but could you imagine all these folks in here taking 20 minutes each to speak? The other key point is the citizens were given an opportunity without signing up, but once. They signed up once, and we opened the floor to who anybody wants to speak for or against, and no one else chose to come back up. So if we're wrong, then so be it, but no one else chose to come back under any of the other 3 public hearings that we held on this matter. I'm sorry that he's upset. I'm sorry that anyone would think that we would try to shut the citizens out. Like I said, it's already after 10:30, and I think we all also agreed that we have heard from just about everybody in this room that spoke tonight, for the most part, but we've also heard from our citizens back during the election process. We already knew what they wanted, and until something changes with the citizens, I believe we all agree we work for the citizens, and that's what we're going to do. On a personal note, I want to tell y'all, it's been a long 18 months. And it's, yeah, and it started.
When I walked out on
Yeah,
it.
it started with you.
Where you getting 18 months?
He became chairman when I left.
Last year when
Oh,
yeah,
you
as
talking
vice
about
chair,
last
I had came
And by
in.
the way, 90 times 4 ain't 5. It gave him more time than that is 6. 6 minutes. Minute and a half, 3, right? 3 times 2 is 6.
Okay.
You can't do nothing with that.
Hey, I've given you the benefit. You give them more time than that. It wasn't 5 minutes, it was 6 minutes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well,
You
so
was rounding.
it-
I like the round too, John.
And you give him dollars per pound, he can come on quick too. with
That's
it,
right.
watch.
But then, you know, Dickie came in. Dickie was. I mean, Dickie didn't have a chance to get his tip his toe in it. Dickie was thrown in the water and had to get his feet quick. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you were reelected, brother. I know you're very passionate and care what you think. But the other thing I want to tell you is what this board is doing now. This is not a knock on any previous administration or any board, because we all have said that we are moving forward. We're not looking back. We're not assigning blame. We're not pointing fingers. But for me, it has been a wonderful learning experience for y'all to entrust me to sit here this year. And it is an open-minded board. I'm proud to be a part of y'all. We got 3 more years together, and there's a lot we can get done, but we do have certain cuffs like revenue, but the will is here. I'm proud of each and every one of y'all. I appreciate y'all entrusting me to try to sit up here and look pretty, even though, Bo, I'll never let you talk me into another hairdo again. But thank y'all for that. I want to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and if you need me, let me know. And to the citizens of Nottoway County, thank y'all for giving me this opportunity. Board members, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and Merry Christmas to all. With that, I need a motion to go into closed session, please.
I move that the Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia adjourn into closed meeting pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel specifically relating to matters now pending in county administration and real estate. Is that correct?
Potential real estate sale, yes.
Right,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right, we got a motion. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second it.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are going into closed session. Certification for closed session, if you don't mind taking off with that, please.
Sure. Let me get my little thing on here. All right, this part. Whereas the Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia have convened a closed session on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this Board of Supervisors that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Board of Supervisors, and no action was taken in the closed meeting regarding the items discussed.
All right, Mr. Bowen, could you request certification of each member, please?
You want to get a second?
Oh, yes, can I get a second on that motion?
Second.
All right.
All right.
Got a second. All right. We'll do a roll call then. We'll start off. I'm asking you, did you discuss anything else that's not allowed by code, the Code of Virginia that Ms. Norton just read? Mr. Collins?
I certify.
You certify? Mr. Ingram?
I certify.
Mr. Toth?
I certify.
Ms. Norton?
I certify.
Mr. Chairman?
I certify.
Mr. Chairman, got a 5-0 vote for certification.
All right, and board members and citizens in the public, I want to have a quick discussion. The board members need a consensus to give Mr. Elder the authority to execute, sign, which would essentially be that we agree to the resolution that's been presented to us about the disrepair of the courthouse system. Mr. Collins, how do you feel?
I concur.
Mr. Ingram?
I agree.
Mr. Toth?
I agree.
Ms. Norton?
I agree.
And I agree as well. With that, if there's nothing else, Mr. Bowen, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by standing up.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho.
John wants to do it one more time. Just one more time.